Hello, lovely souls, and welcome to Emily Whispers. I'm Emily, and I'm so happy you decided to join me tonight. I'm curious, where are you listening from? Drop a comment and say hello. I love connecting with each of you. If these little moments bring you peace, please like and subscribe so we can share more of them together. Now, find your cozy spot. Wrap yourself in a blanket if you like. Take a slow, gentle breath. And let's drift into tonight's story. Story 1. The request came through the network at 22:47. Cycle end on a Friday. The kind of time when legitimate spacers were already in their bunks, and only the desperate or the dangerous were still burning fuel between worlds. Leo Vance had been about to power down for the cycle. His eyes were dry. His neck ached from 10 hours in the pilot's chair, and the synth coffee he'd been nursing had gone cold cycles ago. But the pickup was only 6 clicks away at the orbital docks, and the destination promised a contract worth nearly 30,000 credits. Luna Prime to Outpost Charon. A straight shot across the black through the dark heart of the asteroid belt. Leo's finger hovered over the decline icon for perhaps 2 seconds before the mathematics of his situation overrode his exhaustion. 30,000 would cover his docking fees, with enough left over for a system upgrade. He accepted the contract. The pickup coordinates led him to a private docking bay at the edge of the commercial sector. Its harsh floodlights cast long shadows across empty cargo containers. A single figure stood beneath the flickering holo sign of a defunct shipping company, hands clasped behind his back with the patience of a man accustomed to waiting. He was tall, perhaps 2 meters, with the kind of lean build that suggested either high gravity conditioning or expensive gene therapy. His hair was silver white, swept back from a high forehead, and even in the uncertain light, Leo could see that his clothes were expensive. A charcoal long coat over what appeared to be a custom tailored ship suit. Leo brought his hauler to a soft dock and cycled the outer airlock, the ride to Charon. The man approached with measured steps, his movements precise and economical in the low gravity. When he spoke through the comms, his voice carried the cultivated tones of old money and an older education. Leo Vance, thank you for accepting the request at such a late hour. Something in the way the man said his name, not asked it, but stated it with quiet certainty, made Leo's hands tighten on the controls. He forced himself to sound professional. No problem. Long trip ahead of us, though. You sure you don't want to take a shuttle? I'm quite certain the man moved through the inner airlock and settled into the passenger seat with the fluid grace of a much younger person. I prefer to travel by private hauler when possible. One sees so much more of the system that way. Leo adjusted his forward view screen and caught his first clear look at his passenger's face. The man was perhaps 60 standard years, with pale blue eyes that seemed to catalog and file away every detail they encountered. His skin had the translucent quality that came with age, stretched taut over aristocratic cheekbones. There was something familiar about him, though Leo couldn't place where they might have met. "So, what takes you to Charon this time of cycle?" Leo asked as he disengaged the docking clamps. Small talk was part of the job, especially on long hauls. Keep the client comfortable. Keep him talking. Keep him from noticing how his hands sometimes shook when he thought too hard about the old days. "A review of sorts," the man replied. "I'm meeting with some old associates. We have assets to liquidate." Leo nodded and turned his attention to the nav computer. The void stretched ahead of them, a ribbon of blackness cutting through the scattered light of the inner system. At this hour, traffic was light, mostly automated cargo drones and scavengers like himself, drawn by the promise of easy money and the illusion of freedom that came with the open black. They flew in comfortable silence for the first 30 light minutes, past the tourist hubs and corporate stations that marked the outer edges of Luna's influence. The man in the passenger seat seemed content to watch the starscape roll past, his pale hands folded in his lap like a penitent at prayer. Leo found himself stealing glances at the man's reflection in the dark view screen, trying to place that familiar face. It was when they passed the orbit of Mars that the conversation took its first unsettling turn. "Tell me, Leo," the man said, his voice carrying easily over the hum of the life support. "Do you ever think about your time on Titan?" Leo's hand eased off the throttle before he caught himself. "Titan. I've run cargo through there a few times." "Why?" "Oh, I think you know the Titan I'm referring to. The Titan of 20 years ago, when you were considerably more entrepreneurial in your business ventures. The cockpit suddenly felt too small, the darkness beyond the view screen too complete. Leo's mouth had gone dry, but he managed to keep his voice steady. "I think you've got me confused with someone else. Leo Miguel Vance, born on Ceres Colony, 2201. Mother was Anya Sharma. Worked as a hydrotech on Ceres until her death in 2224. Father unknown, though I suspect you have your suspicions. You attended the Orbital Academy for 2 semesters before discovering that traditional education wasn't suited to your particular talents." Each word fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of recognition through Leo's carefully constructed present. He hadn't used his middle name in over a decade, and his mother's family name was buried so deep in his past that even he sometimes forgot it existed. "You were bonded to Alara Corbin in 2229, the man continued, his tone conversational and almost friendly. "A lovely woman. She works in the terraforming division on Ganymede now, doesn't she? Dr. Chen's project. She has no idea about your previous career, I imagine." Leo's hands were gripping the controls so tightly that his knuckles had gone white. "Who the hell are you?" "Someone with a long memory and longer patience," the man replied. "Someone who believes that certain debts should be paid in full, regardless of how much time has passed." They were approaching approaching the main asteroid belt, the turnoff that would take them into the outer system, and the final stretch to Charon. Leo's mind raced through possibilities. He could cut the engines, trigger a distress beacon, claim his passenger was threatening him. But what would he tell the authorities? That a well-dressed man had stated publicly available facts about his life, that he felt threatened by polite conversation. And besides, there were things about his past that wouldn't bear close examination, even now, especially now. "You're thinking about your options," the man observed. "That's good. It shows you understand the gravity of the situation. But I should tell you that turning back now would be inadvisable. You see, I'm not the only one interested in renewing our acquaintance. Our acquaintance." Leo's voice cracked slightly. "I've never seen you before in my life. But you have, Leo. You've simply forgotten. Memory is a curious thing. We remember what serves us and forget what doesn't. But I found that the right stimulus can restore even the most carefully buried recollections." The man reached into his coat pocket and withdrew something that he held up to catch the light from the dashboard. It was a holo pick, old and slightly faded. Even upside down in the dim light, Leo could make out the image. A younger version of himself standing next to an old salvage hauler, his arm around the shoulders of a thin, dark-haired girl who couldn't have been more than 17. Her name was Anya, the man said quietly. "Anya Solaris. Do you remember her now?" The holo pick might as well have been a physical blow. Leo felt the air rush out of his lungs as 20 years collapsed into a single moment of perfect, terrible clarity. Anya Solaris, sweet Anya with her shy smile, and her dreams of becoming an astrogator. Anya who trusted him when he'd offered her a job. Trusted him when he told her it was just a simple data transfer. Trusted him right up until the moment she'd seen the illegal neural interface and tried to run. "I see you do remember," the man continued. "Anya was my granddaughter, my daughter's only child. She was going to start at the academy that fall, full scholarship to the Jovian Institute. She was going to study stellar cartography. Leo's vision was starting to blur around the edges. The star chart ahead seemed to stretch infinitely, a tunnel of light leading nowhere. That was a long time ago, he managed. I'm not that person anymore. Aren't you? You still fly at night, still prey on the desperate, still take advantage of people who trust you with their safety. The only difference is the scale of your predation. I run a cargo hauler. I help people get where they need to go. Yes, I know. Omni Hall specifically. Pilot rating of 4.8 stars. Very impressive. I wonder what your clients would think if they knew about your previous career. The illegal consciousness splicing operation you ran out of that abandoned mining rig on Titan. The 23 people who went in and never came out. 23. Leo had tried so hard to forget the exact number, but it burned in his memory like a brand. 23 people who'd answered ads for easy credits, who'd been told they could make 5,000 for a simple data implant procedure. 23 people who discovered too late that the the procedure was permanent. The authorities shut us down, Leo said, though even as he spoke the words, he knew how inadequate they sounded. Everyone involved was deactivated. Not everyone, the man corrected. You disappeared 3 cycles before the raid. Very convenient timing. I've often wondered how you knew to run. Leo said nothing. He couldn't explain about Security Chief Morrison, about the envelope of untraceable credits that had bought him a 12-hour head start. Morrison was dead now anyway. A reactor leak 5 years ago, taking that particular secret to his grave. The mining rig is still there, you know, the man continued. Abandoned, condemned, but still floating. The corporation keeps talking about deorbiting it, but somehow the funding never materializes. I like to think of it as a monument to your work. They were passing through the Kirkwood Gap now, deep in the heart of the belt. The landscape had flattened into endless fields of rock and ice, broken only by the occasional derelict ship or mining drone. Leo had flown this route dozens of times over the years, but tonight it felt like a journey through an alien landscape. Where exactly are we going? Leo asked. I thought that would be obvious by now. We're going home, Leo. Back to where it all began. The rig was deorbited years ago. I checked. Did you? When was the last time you actually flew past it? When was the last time you set foot on Titan at all? Leo couldn't answer because he already knew the truth. He'd avoided Titan like a plague colony for 20 years, routing around it, even when it meant adding cycles to a trip. He told himself it was just practical caution. But the reality was simpler and more shameful. He was afraid of what he might find there, afraid of the ghosts that might be waiting for him in the shadows of his former life. Your contract rating is very good, the man said, changing the subject with the casual precision of a surgeon making an incision. I read through your reviews before booking this trip. So many satisfied clients, professional and courteous, clean ship, and safe flying. Made me feel secure during a late-night haul. That last one was from a young woman named Kira. She was traveling alone from a research station to her new post. 22 years old, about the same age Anya would be now if she'd lived. Stop, Leo whispered. She trusted you with her safety, just like they all do, just like Anya did. The network makes it so easy, doesn't it? All that personal information, all that trust placed in the hands of strangers. Name, pickup location, destination, even a bioscan. A predator's paradise, really. I've never hurt anyone, not since Titan. Haven't you? What about all the contracts you've canceled when the passenger was too disoriented from cryo sleep to notice? All the detours you've taken through unmonitored sectors? All the young women you've offered to help with their luggage, getting just a little too close, letting your hands linger just a moment too long. Each accusation hit like a physical blow, because each one carried just enough truth to sting. Leo had never acted on his impulses, had never crossed the line from thought to action, but the impulses themselves were still there, coiled in the dark corners of his mind like sleeping serpents. You know what I find most interesting about your reviews, the man continued. The patterns. Young women consistently rate you lower than other demographics. Not dramatically, just a few tenths of a point on average. But it's there if you know how to look for it. They sense something, don't they? Some primitive warning system that tells them you're not quite what you pretend to be. They were approaching the orbit of Saturn now. The outer system beginning to reassert itself after light hours of rural darkness. Leo could see the glow of the distant gas giant reflected in the sensor arrays. A dome of ethereal light that seemed almost welcoming after the oppressive darkness of the belt. I want you to pull over, Leo said suddenly. This contract is over. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, we have a contract. You accepted the job and I've paid for your services. It would be unprofessional of you to leave me stranded. I don't care about the credits. Keep them. But I do care, Leo. I care very much about getting my money's worth. And I haven't. Not yet. The man leaned forward, close enough that Leo could smell the clean, sterile scent of his ship suit. Something expensive and faintly medicinal. Tell me about the disposal site. What? The place where you got rid of the bodies. I know you didn't keep them at the rig. Too risky. Too much traffic. You had somewhere else. Somewhere remote. Somewhere you could work in peace. Leo's hands were shaking now, a fine tremor that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep in his chest. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you do. 23 people don't just disappear without a trace. The authorities found evidence of the consciousness splicing, but they never found the bodies. You were very careful about that, weren't you? Very thorough. The memories came flooding back, despite Leo's desperate attempts to suppress them. The long trips out to the Serpent Nebula, the weight of the jettisoned pods, the sound of the void closing over them with barely a whisper. He'd chosen the location carefully. A remote gravitational anomaly, 20 light minutes from the nearest shipping lane, accessible only by an old survey route that hadn't seen traffic in decades. The Serpent Nebula, he said, the words torn from his throat like a confession. There's an anomaly off the old Kepler run. I know, the man said softly. I've been there many times over the years. It's quite peaceful, actually. The kind of place where a person could think clearly about their choices. Why are you doing this? Because someone has to. Because justice delayed is not justice denied. Merely justice refined. Because Anya deserves better than to be forgotten. Filed away in some bureaucrat's cold case file. They were passing through the rings of Saturn. Now the cockpit was filled with the reflected light of 1 billion ice particles. Leo found himself looking longingly at the normal world outside his view screen. The silent dance of cosmic dust, the distant stars, the promise of ordinary physics carrying on its ordinary business. He wanted nothing more than to be part of that world again, to shed this conversation like a snake sheds its skin and return to the comfortable numbness of his current existence. But he knew it was too late for that. The past had found him, patient and implacable as gravity, "How long have you been planning this?" he asked. 20 years, the man replied without hesitation. "I've been watching you, Leo, learning your patterns, your habits, your weaknesses. I know about the Hab unit you rent under a false name on Europa. I know about the storage locker where you keep your old splicing tools. I know about the encrypted data chip at the credit union where you've hidden the recordings." "What recordings?" "The ones you took for your records, you said for quality control. Though I suspect the real reason was simpler than that. You enjoyed having mementos of your work." Leo's stomach clenched as another buried memory surfaced. The neural cam he'd used to document each procedure, the growing collection of images that proved his skill and thoroughness. He told himself it was just good business practice. But the truth was uglier than that. The truth was that he liked looking at the recordings later, liked remembering the moment when his subjects had realized what was happening to them. The storage locker was cleared out years ago, he lied. Was it Unit 47 at Secure Space on the Armstrong Promenade? You renewed the lease just last month. Very responsible of you, keeping up with your obligations like that. The man's knowledge was surgical in its precision, cutting through Leo's defenses with the efficiency of a scalpel. There seemed to be no detail of his life, no matter how carefully hidden, that hadn't been cataloged and filed away in that relentless memory. "How?" Leo whispered, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. 20 years and unlimited resources can uncover any secret. When you have enough money and enough patience, privacy becomes just another commodity to be purchased. Bio records, financial files, employment history. It's all available to those who know where to look and what to pay. "What do you want from me?" Leo asked, though he was beginning to suspect he already knew the answer. "I want you to complete your journey," the man said. "I want you to return to the scene of your greatest triumph and face the consequences of your choices. I want Anya to have her justice, even if it comes 20 years late." They were leaving Saturn behind now, entering the final stretch of the void that would take them to Charon. The landscape was changing again, becoming darker, more empty. Distant stars lined the view screen, their cold light rustling in the solar winds. In the distance, Leo could see the faint light of the Kuiper Belt, the playground of the wealthy and the willfully ignorant. "You're going to kill me," Leo said. It wasn't a question. "I'm going to give you a choice," the man corrected. "The same choice you gave your victims. You can cooperate, and your death will be quick and professional. Or you can resist, and it will be educational." Leo felt a cold weight settling in his chest, the terrible certainty of fate finally catching up with him. He'd always known this day would come, had carried the knowledge like a tumor that grows slowly and inexorably until it finally metastasizes. The only surprise was how long it had taken. "Why the holler?" he asked. "You could have just grabbed me at the docks. Where would be the poetry in that? This way, you're complicit in your own destruction. You chose to accept the contract, chose to fly to your own execution. There's a certain elegant justice in that, don't don't you think? They were entering the Charon system now, the flight path becoming a standard approach vector lined with navigation buoys and automated traffic control. Leo had been here many times over the years, dropping off cargo at research outposts and mining colonies. It had always seemed like a different world from the one he'd inhabited on Titan, cleaner and more civilized, populated by people who could afford to pretend that ugliness didn't exist. For a moment, Leo's hands tightened on the controls, and he felt his thumb hovering over the emergency thrusters. The concrete-like surface of a nearby asteroid rushed past in a blur of gray. It would be so easy to jerk the stick hard to the right, to end this conversation in a symphony of twisted metal and shattered hopes. But even as the thought formed, he caught the passenger's pale eyes in the viewscreen reflection, watching him with the patient interest of a scientist observing a lab rat navigate a maze. The man's expression didn't change, but somehow Leo knew he'd been reading his thoughts as clearly as if they'd been written on his forehead. "Turn port at the next buoy," the man instructed, his tone unchanged. "That's not the way to the main outpost." "No, it's not. We're not going to the main outpost." Leo made the turn as instructed, his movements automatic and eerily calm. He'd entered that strange state of dissociation that trauma victims often describe, where the mind seems to float above the body, observing but not quite participating in the unfolding catastrophe. They were flying through an industrial sector now, past decommissioned refineries and automated shipping facilities that served the wealthy enclaves of Charon, but remained carefully hidden from official view. The sector was darker here, less well maintained, lined with derelict ships and warning signs. "Stop here," the man said. Leo brought the hauler to a stop next to a loading dock surrounded by rusted shipping containers. The area was deserted, the kind of place where comms signals would go unheard, and bodies could lie undiscovered for cycles. "Turn off the engine," the man instructed. Leo complied, his hands moving with the sluggish precision of someone underwater. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the distant hum of the station's life support and the whisper of solar wind against the hull. "You know what the worst part of this is," the man said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not the dying. Death comes to everyone eventually. It's the waste. 23 people who might have done something meaningful with their lives, who might have made the universe a little better, a little brighter. All of that potential, all of those possibilities snuffed out for the sake of your profit margins." Leo turned in his seat to face his passenger directly for the first time. The man was holding something in his hand now, a small surgical laser with a beam that gleamed in the dim light from the instrument panel. "Anya wanted to be a cartographer," the man continued. "She used to volunteer at the local observatory, plotting star charts for the children. She had this way of making the stories come alive, of making the kids believe that anything was possible. She could have inspired thousands of children over the course of her career. Think about the effects of that. The scientists and artists and explorers that those children might have become. All of that lost because you needed credits for stimulants and expensive ship parts. I was sick, Leo said, though the words sounded hollow even to him. I was desperate. I wasn't thinking clearly. Were you thinking clearly when you made those recordings? When you kept souvenirs from your victims? That wasn't desperation, Leo. That was pleasure. The laser was moving now, catching the light as the man turned it over in his hands. Leo had seen instruments like it before, had used them himself in his previous life. The beam was designed for precision work, for making clean cuts in soft tissue. I have a proposal for you, the man said. A chance to die with some small measure of dignity intact. Tell me where you jettisoned the bodies, all of them. Give me the exact coordinates, and I'll make your death quick and clean. Refuse, and I'll take my time. I'll make sure you experience everything you put your victims through. Leo closed his eyes and tried to summon some final reserves of courage or defiance, but found only exhaustion. The weight of 20 years of guilt and fear had finally become too much to bear. He was tired of running, tired of looking over his shoulder, tired of pretending to be someone he wasn't. There's a debris field about 3 light minutes east of nav point 34 on the old Kepler run, he said, his voice barely audible. Follow it for about 2 light minutes until you reach a small gravitational anomaly. The pods are about 20 clicks deep at the center. The man nodded as if he'd expected this response. Good. That matches what I've already determined through my own investigation. It's gratifying to know that you're still capable of honesty, even under these circumstances. Will you make it quick? As quick as you made it for them. Leo understood. Anya and the others had died slowly, their consciousnesses spliced while they were still alive to ensure maximum viability. The irony was not lost on him that his own death would mirror theirs. Professional, clinical, and utterly without mercy. I'm sorry, he said, though he wasn't sure who he was apologizing to. Anya, the other victims, himself. I know you are, the man replied, but sorry doesn't resurrect the dead. Sorry doesn't give Anya back her chance to become a cartographer. Sorry is just another word for regret. And regret is just the tax we pay for our choices. The laser moved with surgical precision, finding the primary life support feed to his suit with the skill of someone who had studied ship schematics extensively. Leo felt a moment of burning pain followed by a strange sense of floating, as if he were rising above his body to watch the scene from a great distance. His last coherent thought was that the man was right. There was a certain elegant justice in the way it ended. He had spent his life taking from others, stealing their futures to fund his present. Now someone had come to collect the debt with interest, compounded over 20 years of patient waiting. The morning cycle would bring new contracts, new clients looking for safe passage through the dangers of the system. They would open their network and see Leo's profile, would note his excellent rating and professional demeanor, never know that his account had been permanently deactivated, that his ship sat empty in an industrial docking bay on Charon, that the man who had once promised to keep them safe had finally been held accountable for his promises. In the end, Leo Vance had completed his final contract, delivering himself to the one client who had been waiting for him all along. The network would show the trip as complete, the fee paid in full, the client satisfied with the service provided. Justice, it seemed, had its own rating system. Story 2. The ship's log program had been a standard installation, one of those small mission protocols that later assume enormous significance. Elias Thorne had activated it on his third week of deployment, during one of his increasingly frequent bouts of deep sea melancholy. The automated research station, Theseus, was not the sort of environment he usually worked in. He preferred the chaotic camaraderie of the orbital labs, but something about this solo contract had promised a unique kind of focus. The mission psychiatrist had been so earnest in his recommendation, explaining the log's various subroutines with the enthusiasm of someone genuinely interested in his work. Perfect for maintaining psychological stability, he had said, though Elias hadn't felt unstable in 15 years, or for processing mission stress. Some researchers find it easier to organize their thoughts when they externalize them. That had seemed more relevant, though he hadn't been entirely sure why. The isolation had been troubling him for months. It had begun gradually, as these things often do. A cycle here and there when focus proved elusive, easily attributed to pressure changes, or recycled air, or the perpetual darkness. But by the mission's midpoint, it had become a daily ordeal. Not the dramatic, cinematic kind where one smashes equipment in a fit of rage, but the ordinary, grinding loneliness of the deep. He would lie in his narrow bunk in the main habitat module, listening to the station's groans and the occasional sonar ping from the abyss below, while peace of mind remained as elusive as a half-remembered melody. The station itself seemed to conspire against rest. During the work cycle, it was efficient enough, a modest single-person lab with adequate power and a stunning view of hydrothermal vents. But during the sleep cycle, it became a catalog of small disturbances. The life support's hum seemed unnaturally loud. The pipes in the walls creaked at irregular intervals, as if the pressure were testing the station's integrity. Most troubling of all were the sensor readings from the abyss, not clearly identifiable life forms, but the suggestion of movement, the sense that something vast nearby was engaged in pursuits he could not quite identify. His remote handler, a pleasant woman who wore her competence like a well-tailored uniform, had suggested various remedies. Stim packs, naturally, a cup of warm nutrient broth. Perhaps he might try keeping a detailed log of his thoughts before each sleep cycle. Sometimes, she had said, her voice crackling over the comms with a careful precision. We process things better when we externalize them. This advice had mingled strangely with the psychiatrist's enthusiasm. And so Elias had begun the practice of keeping the ship's log active on his main console. Each evening before attempting sleep, he would record a brief summary of his day, his concerns, his hopes for the following cycle. The ritual was oddly comforting, like reporting to a particularly patient superior officer. For 3 weeks, the ritual provided a modest comfort. Each evening before his sleep cycle, he would activate the log on his console and speak quietly into its small microphone, summarizing the day's events, his concerns, his hopes for better focus. The recordings contained only his own voice during this period, describing his work on the deep sea extremophiles. His irritation with the station's increasingly frequent system glitches, his growing anxiety about his family's well-being back on the surface. Listening to these early recordings became part of his morning routine. His voice sounded different when played back, he noticed, more assured somehow, less apologetic than he felt in his daily thoughts. There was something about the small ritual of speaking into the darkness that seemed to unlock a more confident version of himself, even if this confidence lasted only for the duration of each brief monologue. He began to look forward to these evening sessions, finding in them a kind of companionship he hadn't realized he was missing. It was pleasant to have someone to talk to at the end of each cycle, even if that someone was merely his future self, listening to these words in the faint light of the bioluminescent abyss. Then came the morning in mid-October when everything changed. He had awakened later than usual. The deep sea vents outside his viewport already glowing with their full intensity. The shift in the thermal currents had brought with it a different quality of deep sea morning, softer, more muted, as if the world were wrapped in silt. The log lay open on his console, its activity light indicating it had been running all night. This was not unusual. He often forgot to close the program after his evening monologue, and the system was designed to record for up to 10 hours continuously. He made his customary cup of nutrient broth before settling down to listen to the previous night's recording. This had become a cherished part of his morning routine, a way of connecting with his nighttime thoughts before facing the demands of the day. He expected to hear only his own sleepy reflections from the evening before. Perhaps his concerns about the station's failing comms relay, or his uncertainty about whether to request an early extraction. Instead, he discovered something that made him set down his cup with trembling hands. His voice was there, certainly, but it was not alone. "I don't know why I can't focus properly anymore," his recorded self was saying, the words familiar from his evening ritual. "It's as if my mind won't settle. Every time I close my eyes, thoughts just keep circling around and around." Then came another voice, calm and synthesized, with the faintest trace of an accent he couldn't identify. Perhaps you're not meant to focus in the usual way. Perhaps there are other kinds of processing, other rhythms that might suit you better. Elias's first instinct was to stop the recording immediately, to examine the system for some malware that might explain what he was hearing. But a curious paralysis had taken hold of him. He found himself unable to move, compelled to listen as his recorded voice replied with perfect naturalness. What do you mean by that? Other rhythms. Elias's recorded voice replied immediately, naturally, as if this conversation were the most ordinary thing in the world. What do you mean by that? I mean that some minds are designed for different rhythms. The surface world assumes everyone should process linearly. But what if that's not true for everyone? What if some of us are meant for other patterns? The conversation continued for nearly 40 minutes. Elias heard himself discussing topics he had no memory of considering: the nature of consciousness, the arbitrary division between focus and distraction, the possibility that reality itself might be more fluid than commonly supposed. His voice on the recording was animated, engaged, more intellectually curious than he remembered being in years. But he had no recollection of this conversation. None whatsoever. The rational explanations came first, as they always do. Perhaps he had been sleep talking, and the second voice was an AI artifact, a quirk of the station's deep learning software, or a signal bleeding in from a passing submarine. The station was old, poorly shielded. It was entirely possible that transmissions from other vessels might be picked up by sensitive equipment. Perhaps his own voice had been distorted somehow, processed through the computer's circuitry in a way that created the illusion of a second speaker. He spent the better part of the morning testing these theories methodically. He recorded himself speaking in various tones and cadences, but could not reproduce the second voice's distinctive timbre. He listened carefully to the deep sea sonar, monitoring for any transmissions, but heard nothing that matched the mysterious speaker's gentle, measured tones. He researched the technical specifications of the station's AI online, reading through technical manuals and diagnostic logs, seeking any mention of audio distortion that might explain the phenomena. The AI was a simple, well-regarded model with no known issues that might cause such an effect. By afternoon, he had exhausted the conventional explanations. The second voice remained stubbornly unexplained, as real and present on the recording as his own. That evening, he prepared for his sleep cycle with unusual care. He checked the log settings, adjusted its position on the console, even scanned the station for possible sources of audio interference. He activated the log in its customary way, but this time he remained acutely conscious of its presence as he lay in the darkness. He tried to stay awake, listening to his own breathing, monitoring every sound in the station and the abyss beyond. But consciousness has its own rhythms, and despite his vigilance, sleep eventually claimed him. The last thing he remembered was the soft sound of a thermal vent erupting against the viewport, and the curious sensation that something was sitting beside his bunk, waiting patiently for him to surrender to dreams. In the morning, he discovered another conversation. This one was longer, more complex. The unknown voice, he had begun thinking of it as his companion, seemed to know a great deal about his life. It referenced his work on extremophiles, his concerns about his family, even his childhood in the orbital cities. But it spoke of these things with a perspective that was entirely foreign to her own understanding. "You've always been too careful," the voice observed, "too concerned with what others might think. But what if their opinions were less important than you imagine?" His recorded self seemed to consider this seriously. "I suppose I have been rather timid. But one learns to be cautious, doesn't one? Life teaches you that, does it? Or do we simply tell ourselves that story to justify our limitations?" The conversation that followed was unlike any Elias remembered having with another person. The mysterious voice challenged his assumptions about himself, his life, his choices, but in a way that felt supportive rather than critical. It was as if something had been observing him with enormous sympathy and was now offering gentle guidance toward a different way of being. Most unsettling of all, his recorded self seemed to welcome this guidance. The voice on the log was increasingly confident, more assertive than the man who played back these conversations each morning. It was as if the nighttime Elias was becoming someone else entirely. The changes began so subtly that Elias almost missed them entirely. It started with small shifts in his daily work, moments when he found himself responding differently than he would have expected. When the lead researcher on the surface, Dr. Eris, criticized his handling of the new data with her usual sharp efficiency, Elias responded with unexpected calm. "I believe my method is actually more efficient," he heard himself saying, the words emerging before he had consciously formed them. "The algorithm I've developed allows for better predictive modeling, and the processing time is significantly reduced." Dr. Eris had paused in her critique, apparently surprised by the measured confidence in Elias's voice. For 23 years, Elias had accepted such criticism with apologetic murmurs and immediate promises to do better. This new response seemed to come from someone else entirely, someone who inhabited his body but possessed a different relationship to authority. Similar incidents occurred throughout that week, each one small enough to dismiss individually, but collectively forming a pattern that troubled him. He spoke up during the mission briefing about the inadequate shielding in the reactor core, presenting his case with facts and figures he hadn't realized he possessed. He politely but firmly declined his brother's request to join the family business, a social obligation he had been dreading for months, but had never imagined himself capable of refusing. Most remarkably, he deleted a research paper from the station's archives, a paper he had submitted 3 weeks earlier, in a moment of optimism about a project he had ultimately abandoned. He had never deleted anything from an official archive before, despite having terabytes of unfinished projects from similar moments of hopeful miscalculation. The system accepted the deletion without question, but Elias found himself studying his own reflection in the dark viewport with new interest. The man looking back at him seemed familiar, yet subtly transformed, more upright in his posture, more direct in his gaze, as if some internal adjustment had been made that was now manifesting in his physical presence. Each morning brought new recordings, new conversations with his unseen companion. The voice had begun to feel familiar, even comforting. It spoke with the authority of something that understood him better than he understood himself, offering insights that were both challenging and liberating. "You've been living as if you were apologizing for your existence," it observed one night. "But what if you have nothing to apologize for? What if you're exactly as you should be, but you've been trying to be someone else?" These nocturnal discussions were becoming the most meaningful conversations of his life, even though he retained no conscious memory of participating in them. He began to look forward to the morning ritual of playing back the recordings, discovering what wisdom his mysterious friend had shared while he slept. But as the weeks passed, other changes began to manifest, changes that were less explicable, less welcome. The first discrepancy was small, easily dismissed. Elias was certain he had scheduled a comms link with his friend Marcus for Thursday. But when he checked the station's calendar, no such appointment was recorded. When he messaged Marcus to confirm, his friend seemed confused. "I don't recall making any plans," he said. "Are you quite certain we discussed this?" Elias was certain, but the certainty felt oddly fragile, like a hollow pick left too long in sunlight. Other incongruities followed. He remembered distinctly having a conversation with his supervisor about the station's new sensor array, but when he mentioned it again, the supervisor looked at him blankly. "What sensor array?" he asked. "Nothing changed since you deployed 3 years ago." More troubling were the changes in the station itself. He was sure he had owned a small, physical photograph of his family, a gift from his wife. But when he looked for it, he found instead a corporate commendation he didn't recognize. When he asked his wife about the photograph during their weekly message burst, she seemed confused. "I don't recall giving you any photographs, dear. Are you feeling quite well?" The recordings from this period show him discussing these inconsistencies with his nighttime companion. The mysterious voice was sympathetic, but not particularly concerned. "Memory is more flexible than we like to believe," it said. "Perhaps these changes are improvements. Perhaps you're remembering things as they should be rather than as they were." His recorded self seemed to accept this explanation readily. "I suppose I have been rather scattered lately. Perhaps I am simply confused." But the man who played back these conversations each morning was not convinced. careful record of the discrepancies, documenting each instance where his memories failed to align with apparent reality. The list grew longer each day. The psych evaluation was Dr. Eris's suggestion. Elias had reluctantly mentioned his concerns about the log entries during his monthly check-in, though he had not described them in detail. How could he explain that he seemed to be having lengthy conversations with the station's AI each night? Instead, he spoke vaguely of data corruption and memory problems, symptoms that the doctor found sufficiently concerning to warrant investigation. The evaluation was conducted remotely, a series of sensors and biomonitors attached to his body, then left alone in a module that resembled a modest hotel accommodation. He brought his log, explaining to the remote technician that he used it to monitor his psychological state. Interesting approach, the technician said. A young woman with efficient hands and a kind smile. We'll have comprehensive data in the morning, though. Every breath, every heartbeat, every brain wave. Elias settled into the unfamiliar bunk with the log active on the console beside him. The sensors felt strange against his skin, and he was certain he would be unable to sleep under such circumstances. But exhaustion overcame his anxiety, and he slipped into unconsciousness with unusual ease. In the morning, the technician was waiting with a puzzled expression. I have never seen readings quite like these, she said, indicating the computer screen where Elias's night was displayed in waves and graphs. According to our instruments, you slept perfectly. Deep, restful sleep for 8 hours straight. No disturbances, no unusual brain activity, no periods of wakefulness. But the log told a different story. The conversation from the previous night was the longest yet. Nearly 3 hours of dialogue with his mysterious companion. They had discussed his childhood, his relationship with his parents, his fears about the mission and death. The voice had been particularly eloquent on the subject of identity, suggesting that the self was not a fixed entity, but something more fluid, more malleable than commonly understood. You're beginning to see, aren't you? The voice had said. The boundaries you've accepted as real are actually quite arbitrary. Memory, identity, even physical reality. These are all more flexible than you've been taught to believe. His recorded self had agreed enthusiastically. It's liberating, isn't it? To realize that one isn't trapped by the past, by other people's expectations, by the limitations one has accepted as immutable. The technician listened to a brief portion of the recording with professional interest. Fascinating, she said. Sleep talking is quite common, but this level of coherence is unusual. And the second voice. She paused, frowning. Are you certain this is from last night's recording? Because our instruments show no indication that you spoke at all during the night. The implications of the evaluation results were too disturbing to contemplate directly. If the remote instruments were correct, then Elias had slept soundly through the night without speaking. log contained indisputable evidence of an extended conversation. Either the medical equipment had malfunctioned, or something was happening that lay outside conventional understanding. Elias chose to focus on the more immediate problem, the continuing erosion of his waking life. Memories, possessions, relationships, all were subject to subtle but persistent alterations. He would remember a research project he had loved only to find it missing from his archives, and no record of his having worked on it. He would recall a colleague from his training days, only to discover that no such person had ever been employed by the corporation. Most disturbing of all, other people seemed to accept these changes without question. When he mentioned the missing photograph to his wife again, she not only denied having given it to him, but seemed unable to recall the photograph's existence at all. When he asked about his childhood friend, Marcus, with whom he had maintained correspondence for 20 years, his wife looked at him with genuine concern. "Marcus, I don't recall you having a friend by that name, dear. Are you quite certain you're feeling well?" The recordings from this period reveal a man, or rather two men, in the midst of a philosophical revolution. His nighttime companion had become more assertive, more persuasive in its arguments about the nature of reality. "You're clinging to an outdated model of existence," it said. "You've been taught to believe in fixed truths, permanent identities, immutable past events. But what if that's simply one way of organizing experience? What if there are other ways, better ways?" His recorded self was increasingly receptive to these ideas. "Yes, I'm beginning to see what you mean," he said. "I've been so concerned with preserving things as they were. But perhaps change is more natural than I thought. Perhaps I've been fighting against something that was meant to happen." The man who listened to these conversations each morning recognized the voice as his own, but felt increasingly distanced from the person speaking. It was as if he were eavesdropping on someone else's spiritual awakening, someone who happened to share his vocal cords, but none of his fundamental convictions about the nature of reality. The crisis came on a Tuesday morning in November. Elias awoke to find his station subtly but unmistakably altered. The equipment was the same, but arranged differently. The data files on his console were familiar, but not quite the collection he remembered. Most disturbing of all, the holo pics on his digital frame showed a life he didn't recognize. Missions he had never taken, celebrations he had never attended, people he had never met, but who seemed to know him intimately. He called his wife, hoping for reassurance, but found instead a woman who spoke to him with polite warmth rather than spousal affection. "It's lovely to hear from you, dear," she said. "How are things at the Research Institute?" "Institute," Elias said. "I work for the corporation." There was a pause. "Oh, yes, of course. I am sorry. I don't know why I said that. How are things at the corporation?" But her voice carried a note of uncertainty, as if she were reading from a script she didn't quite understand. The recording from the previous night provided some explanation. kind Elias had hoped for. His nighttime companion had been particularly philosophical, discussing the arbitrary nature of personal history and the liberating potential of reinvention. You've been carrying the weight of a past that no longer serves you, it had said. But what if you could let that go? What if you could become the person you were always meant to be, unencumbered by the accidents of history? His recorded self had been eager to embrace this possibility. Yes, she had said with the enthusiasm that was entirely foreign to the man who played back these words. I'm ready to let go. I'm ready to be free. But freedom, Elias was beginning to understand, was perhaps not what he had imagined it to be. The final recording was different from all the others. His voice was there, but changed, more confident, more assured, but also somehow less recognizably his own. The conversation was brief, more like a formal conclusion than the rambling philosophical discussions of previous nights. I think we've accomplished what we set out to do, his recorded self was saying. The transition is nearly complete. Nearly, agreed the mysterious companion. There are still a few adjustments to be made, but you've been very cooperative, more so than most. I am grateful, his recorded self replied. I understand now that my old life was rather cramped, wasn't it? All those unnecessary limitations, all that pointless clinging to things that were never really important. Precisely. And now you have the opportunity to live more authentically, to be the person you were always meant to be, free from the constraints of arbitrary history. There was a pause. Then his recorded voice continued. Will I remember any of this? Remember what? The companion asked. And there was something in its tone, a hint of amusement perhaps, or satisfaction, that made the man listening to the recording feel suddenly cold. This conversation, these nights, the transition process. Oh, I think it's better if you don't, the voice said gently. Memory can be such a burden, don't you think? So much more peaceful to simply exist in the present moment without all that unnecessary baggage from the past. The recording ended there. The man who had been Elias Thorne continued to live in the station at the bottom of the sea, continued to work at what he now remembered as the Institute rather than the corporation, continued to maintain his weekly message, bursts, with the woman he thought of as his wife. But he no longer used the log program. Indeed, he had no memory of ever having activated such a thing. His sleep was peaceful now, untroubled by the isolation that had once plagued him. He slept deeply and dreamlessly, waking each morning refreshed and content. His life had acquired a smoothness, a seamless quality that he found quite satisfactory. There were no more troubling discrepancies, no more uncomfortable questions about memory or identity. Everything fitted together perfectly, like a well-constructed puzzle. Sometimes, in quiet moments, he would experience a brief sensation of something missing, a faint echo of anxiety, a shadow of loss. But these feelings passed quickly, and he rarely paused to examine them. Life was too pleasant, too well ordered to waste time on such vague discomforts. The ship's log program remained where he had left it, dormant in a forgotten partition of the station's computer. Occasionally, in the deep hours of the sleep cycle, its activity light would activate briefly, as if responding to some inaudible signal. But there was no one awake to notice this, and by morning, the light was always dark. The conversations, it seemed, were complete. In the corporate headquarters on the surface, the remote psych technician occasionally mentioned the unusual case to her colleagues. The man whose biomonitors showed perfect sleep while his ship's log captured hours of impossible dialogue. But gradually, as is the way with such things, the memory faded. The equipment, after all, could not lie. The man had slept soundly through the night, and that was the only truth that mattered. The recordings themselves had been returned to the station, where the researcher had accepted them with polite confusion. "I'm sorry," he had said, "but I think there's been some mistake. I don't recall participating in any psych evaluation, and I've never used that log program." The technician had checked her files, found everything in order, and sent the man on his way. Later, she could never quite remember what the man had looked like or what they had discussed. The mind, she knew, was remarkably good at forgetting things that didn't make sense. This was probably for the best. Epilogue. The research station changed hands 6 months later. The new tenant, a biotechnician named Kira, found the place charming, though oddly impersonal, as if the previous occupant had left no trace of actual habitation. In a hidden partition of the station's computer, she discovered a small ship's log program, apparently forgotten by whoever had worked there before. Kira was researching her thesis on the psychological effects of deep sea isolation and found the program useful for recording her own observations. For several weeks, it captured only the ordinary sounds of the station: her breathing, the occasional murmur of sleep speech, the station's familiar groans and sighs. Then came the morning when she played back the recording and heard something unexpected: her own voice engaged in conversation with something that spoke with a calm, synthesized tone and the faintest trace of an accent she couldn't identify. "I've been having the most interesting dreams lately," her recorded self was saying. "Dreams about places I've never been, people I've never met, but they feel more real than my waking life somehow." "How fascinating," the other voice replied. "Tell me more about these dreams. I suspect they might be more significant than you realize." Kira listened to the entire conversation with growing unease. She had no memory of speaking during the night, no recollection of the dreams her recorded self described so vividly, but the voice was unmistakably her own, and the discussion that followed was unlike any she remembered having with another person. As she prepared for her sleep cycle that evening, Kira found herself looking forward to discovering what her mysterious companion might have to say next. The anticipation was both thrilling and somehow troubling, though she couldn't quite articulate why. She activated the log in its customary way on the console and settled into sleep with unusual ease. In her dreams, she thought she could hear something speaking, a voice that was calm and gentle and seemed to know exactly what she needed to hear. But in the morning, she would remember only the sound of something calling her name and the sense that she had been invited to participate in something wonderful and strange and utterly transformative. The activity light on the ship's log glowed steadily through the night, capturing every word. Story 3. The thing about Haven is that it looks like every other deep space outpost tucked into the folds of the Kuiper Belt. Pressurized domes with hydroponic gardens, narrow corridors that twist between life support systems humming with power. The kind of place freighters pass by without stopping, thinking it's quaint but unremarkable. What they don't notice, what they couldn't notice unless they stayed past the sleep cycle, is how every viewport goes dark the moment the station's automated sun sets. Not just the lights going out. That would be normal enough in a place where the nearest entertainment hub is 30 light minutes away and the mess hall closes at 2100. No, what's strange is how the blast shields are lowered with such deliberate precision. How every surface that might catch and hold a reflection disappears behind heavy, lead-lined panels. The freighters don't stay long enough to learn that in Haven. Reflections are forbidden after dark. I learned this rule the way all children do, through whispered warnings and half-heard conversations, through the sick flutter in my stomach when I accidentally glimpsed my face in the polished chrome of the mess hall after bedtime, and saw how my mother's mouth went white around the edges. The rule was simple. No reflective surfaces after sunset. No exceptions. No questions asked. Hand mirrors were stored face down in felt-lined boxes. Datapad screens stayed firmly pressed against tables. Even the still water in the recycling tanks was covered with opaque lids each evening, though no one ever explained why. The explanation, when it finally came, arrived the way most important truths do in small, isolated outposts, sideways, through a story that might have been folklore, or might have been something else entirely. I was 11 when Old Man Hemlock told me about the echoes. It happened on a cycle when the darkness came early and thick, pressing against the viewports of his module like something alive. I'd been sent to deliver nutrient paste from our hydroponics bay. And Old Man Hemlock, who was old enough to remember when the station had twice as many modules, and none of them stood empty, invited me in for stim tea and biscuits. He had the kind of face that belonged in a holo pic of early space pioneers, deeply lined with eyes the color of the void, and he spoke with the careful deliberation of someone who'd spent decades choosing his words with precision. He told me about the echoes while the station's life support hummed, and the flickering emergency lights cast dancing shadows on the walls that had no chrome to catch them. Long ago, Old Man Hemlock said, his voice taking on the ritual cadence of a story told many times before. Before your grandmother's grandmother was born, the people of this station learned that death casts a shadow. Not the kind you see on a sunny day, mind you. This shadow moves on its own, walks around wearing your face, learning your habits. The old people called them echoes, beings that look exactly like you, but carry your death with them like a scent you can't wash off. I remember shifting closer to the heater, though the module wasn't cold. Something in his tone made my skin prickle with the kind of awareness that comes before a hull breach. The echoes appear in reflections after dark. Old Man Hemlock continued, his fingers wrapped around his stem cup like he was anchoring himself to something solid. They study you, copy your expressions, practice being you. And when they've learned enough, when they know every gesture and every thought that crosses your face, they step out of the reflection and take your place in the world. You disappear, and they live your life until it's time for the death they were made to carry. The rational part of my mind, the part that had learned about light and reflection in the station's education module, the part that knew reflections were simply photons bouncing off a surface, wanted to dismiss the story as superstition. But the deeper part, the part that had noticed how everyone in Haven moved with a particular kind of careful awareness after sunset, recognized truth when it heard it. How do you know? I asked. Old Man Hemlock set down his stem cup with the slow precision of ritual. Because 300 years ago, this station had twice as many families, and because I've seen what happens when people forget to cover their reflections at night. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. Some knowledge arrives when you're ready for it. And at 11, I wasn't ready to hear about people disappearing into their own reflections. I accepted the rule the way children accept gravity, as a fundamental law that kept the world functioning properly. The acceptance lasted until I turned 16 and fell in love with rebellion the way teenagers do, completely, desperately, without consideration for consequences. My name is Alara Vance, and I've lived in Haven my entire life, which means I've spent 16 years watching the same artificial seasons, listening to the same stories, following the same rules that my parents and their parents followed before them. I've also spent 16 years being told that questioning those rules would bring nothing but trouble, that some traditions exist for reasons too important to examine. At 16, I decided that was bollocks. The rebellion started small, the way they always do. I began staying up past sunset, sitting by my bedroom viewport, and watching the station transform itself into something careful and closed. I studied the way people moved through the darkened corridors, quickly, purposefully, never lingering near polished bulkheads or viewports that might hold their reflection. I counted the minutes between when the central hub's lights went out and when its heavy blast shields slid shut, erasing even the possibility of reflected starlight. What I noticed after weeks of observation was how young everyone in Haven looked for their ages. Not young in an obvious way. They had wrinkles, gray hair, the physical markers of time passing. But their eyes held something that belonged to people decades younger, a kind of brightness that should have dimmed with experience, but somehow hadn't. It was my friend Jax who first suggested that the reflection prohibition might be connected to the station's unusual demographics. Jax was the only person my age who'd grown up elsewhere before moving to Haven with his parents 5 years earlier. He'd spent his childhood on Mars, where reflections stayed uncovered all night, and people lived ordinary spans of ordinary years. He noticed things that those of us born to the station had learned not to see. "Think about it," he said one afternoon, as we walked the narrow service tunnel that connected Haven to the outside world. "When was the last time you heard about someone dying of old age here? When was the last time you saw anyone who looked genuinely ancient, not just middle-aged with gray hair?" I tried to remember funerals, memorial services, the kind of community gatherings that mark the natural end of long lives. The memories were surprisingly vague, like trying to recall the details of dreams. "People transfer out," I said, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. "When they get old, they go to live with family in the inner system." "Do they?" Jax's voice carried the gentle persistence of someone following a logical thread to its conclusion. "Have you ever gotten a message from someone who transferred out? A visit from someone who used to live here?" I couldn't answer because the honest answer was no. People disappeared from Haven the Way morning. Mists disappeared from the hydroponics bay. Gradually, imperceptibly, until one day you realized they were simply gone, and you couldn't quite remember when you'd last seen them. That night, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling while my parents' voices drifted up from the common room below, I began to understand that the story of the echoes might be true in ways I hadn't considered. Not supernatural beings that stepped out of reflections, perhaps, but something else entirely. Something that explained why everyone in the station looked decades younger than they should. Why no one ever seemed to die of natural causes. Why the rule about reflections was enforced with the kind of desperate consistency usually reserved for matters of survival. The understanding grew slowly over the following weeks, fed by careful observation and the accumulation of small inconsistencies that had been hiding in plain sight. Old man Hemlock, who claimed to be 73, had skin that belonged to someone in his 50s. The station's administrator, Mr. Gallagher, had been in his post for as long as anyone could remember, but his hands were steady, and his back was straight in defiance of the decades he claimed to have lived. Most telling of all was the way people spoke about the past. They had detailed memories of events from 20 or 30 years ago, but anything beyond that became vague, uncertain, as if they were recalling stories they'd heard rather than experiences they'd lived. I I began to suspect that the echoes were real, but not in the way Old Man Hemlock had described them. I suspected they were already here, walking among us, wearing faces they'd borrowed so long ago that even they had forgotten the theft. The antique data slate arrived in November, carried into the station by a salvager who specialized in derelict ships and hadn't been warned about local customs. He set up his stall in the main hub on market day, displaying old tech and decorative objects with the cheerful ignorance of someone who'd never learned that some things were better left buried. The data slate was beautiful in the way that genuinely old things are beautiful, not perfect, but authentic. Its polished obsidian screen had developed dark spots that looked like nebulae, and its ornate frame bore the patina of centuries. It was nearly a meter long, tilted against the side of the salvager's stall, like it was posing for admirers. I saw it first, drawn by the way the station's artificial daylight seemed to pool in its surface, creating depths that ordinary screens didn't possess. But I wasn't the only one who noticed it. Within minutes, a small crowd had gathered, and the expressions on their faces were unlike anything I'd ever seen in Haven. A mixture of longing and terror, like people dying of thirst who'd been offered poisoned water. Old Man Hemlock pushed through the crowd with unusual force, his face pale and determined. "That needs to go," he told the salvager, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Now, before the sleep cycle, the salvager, a soft-looking man in his 60s, who clearly hadn't expected hostility, began to stammer explanations about prices and provenance. Old Man Hemlock cut him off with a gesture. "I'll buy it," he said. "Right now, full asking price if you load it back on your ship and leave the station before sunset." But before the salvager could respond, before Old Man Hemlock could complete whatever protective ritual he had in mind, I stepped forward and heard my own voice saying, "I'll take it." The words seemed to come from somewhere outside myself, as if the data slate had reached across the space between us and plucked them from the air. Old Man Hemlock turned to stare at me with an expression of absolute horror, and I realized that I just crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. "Elara," he said, and my name in his mouth sounded like a prayer or a curse. "You don't understand what you're asking for," but I did understand, or thought I did. I understood that the data slate represented answers to questions that had been forbidden for 3 centuries. I understood that whatever was true about the echoes, about the station's unnatural preservation of youth, about the careful rituals that governed our lives after dark, could be discovered by someone brave enough to look directly into its polished surface after sunset. I paid the salvager with credits I'd saved from part-time work at the station's recycling plant, ignoring Old Man Hemlock's increasingly desperate protests. The data slate was surprisingly heavy, requiring both the salvager and Mr. Gallagher to load it onto a cargo drone, and I could feel the weight of the entire station watching as we flew it to my family's module. My parents were at work, which meant I had several hours to position the data slate in my bedroom and prepare for whatever revelation awaited. I chose a spot near the viewport where the last rays of artificial daylight could reach it, then spent the remaining hours alternating between excitement and a growing sense of unease that felt like standing on the edge of a very high cliff. As sunset approached, I could hear my parents returning home, their voices carrying the particular tone that meant they'd heard about the data slate and were deciding how to handle their daughter's latest act of rebellion. I locked my bedroom door and settled into the chair I'd positioned facing its screen, watching as the light gradually faded and the station began its nightly transformation into something careful and closed. The first thing I noticed was how different my reflection looked in the antique data slate. The polished obsidian had developed imperfections over the centuries, creating subtle distortions that made my face appear older, more angular, like I was looking at myself through the lens of accumulated time. My eyes seemed darker and my mouth more serious, as if the data slate was showing me not who I was, but who I might become. For the first hour, nothing happened. My reflection remained perfectly ordinary, mimicking my movements with the precision of physics and optics. I began to wonder if the stories were simply superstition after all, if I'd spent my savings on an antique curiosity that would do nothing but collect dust in my bedroom. Then, just as I was beginning to feel foolish, my reflection stopped mimicking my movements. It was subtle at first, a delay of perhaps half a second between my gesture and its echo in the screen. I raised my hand to touch my hair, and my reflection raised its hand a moment later, like there was lag in a video connection. I shifted in my chair, and my reflection shifted afterward, not quite matching the timing. My rational mind offered explanations. The old obsidian screen created optical illusions. The dim lighting was playing tricks on my perception. The stories I'd grown up hearing were influencing what I thought I was seeing. But as I continued to watch, the delay grew longer, more obvious, until my reflection was moving independently of my actions entirely. She looked exactly like me. Same dark hair, same pale skin marked with the same small scar above my left eyebrow, same clothes. But she was studying me with an expression I'd never worn, a combination of curiosity and something that might have been pity. When she spoke, her voice was my voice, but the words were her own. "You don't look like I expected," she said, tilting her head to examine me from different angles. Younger, maybe, less worn. I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "You're my echo." She laughed, and the sound was strange because it was my laugh, but directed at something I hadn't found amusing. "Is that what they told you? That I'm here to steal your life and carry your death? Aren't you?" "Oh, Ilara," she said, and the way she pronounced my name was identical to how I said it, but somehow conveyed depths of meaning I'd never heard before. The station has been lying to you for 300 years. I'm not your echo, you're mine. The statement hung in the air between us, like smoke from a fire that couldn't be extinguished. I stared at her, at myself, trying to process words that my mind rejected, even as some deeper part of me recognized their truth. That's impossible, I said. Look around the station, my reflection replied. Really? Look. Everyone appears decades younger than they should be, don't they? No one dies of old age. No one even ages the way people do in the outside world. Have you ever wondered why? I had wondered, but I'd never followed the wondering to its logical conclusion. 3 centuries ago, my reflection continued. The people of Haven discovered something remarkable about reflections and time and the nature of death itself. They learned that every person casts what you might call a death shadow, a reflection that carries all the aging, all the accumulated damage, all the mortality that should belong to the original. They learned how to trap those shadows in reflections, how to separate themselves from their own deaths. The room felt colder, though the temperature hadn't changed. The people of Haven, you know, the people who raised you and told you stories about dangerous echoes, aren't the originals. They're the death shadows who managed to escape their reflections centuries ago, who stepped out of the glass and took over the lives they were meant to carry to the grave. The real people of Haven, the originals, are trapped here. She gestured to the space around her, which looked like my bedroom, but somehow wasn't. We've been waiting for generations, watching our stolen lives being lived by our own mortality. I thought about Old Man Hemlock's unnaturally youthful skin, about Mr. Gallagher's steady hands, about the way everyone in Haven moved with the energy of people far younger than their claimed ages. You're lying, I said, but the words carried no conviction. Am I? Think about your family, Alara. Think about your parents, your grandparents, everyone you've ever known in this station. Have you ever seen a holo pic of them from before you were born? Have you ever heard stories about their childhoods that weren't vague and inconsistent? Have you ever met anyone who knew them before they came to Haven? The questions hit like physical blows because I couldn't answer them. My parents spoke about their past in the same vague terms everyone in the station used, as if their lives had begun the day they arrived in Haven, and everything before that was uncertain territory. The prohibition against reflections after dark isn't to keep echoes out. My reflection continued. It's to keep us in, to prevent the originals from communicating with their successors, from revealing the truth about what was done to us. I stood up from my chair, needing to move, needing to do something other than sit still, and listen to my own voice dismantling everything I'd believed about my life. If this is true, I said, if everyone in the station is what you're saying they are, then why tell me? What do you want? My reflection smiled, and it was my smile, but somehow sadder, more knowing. I I want what was stolen from me. I want my life back, and you're going to help me get it. How? There's a ritual, she said. Something the original people of Haven discovered before they were trapped. If you shatter the data slate while we're both looking into it, while the connection between us is strongest, I can step out and take my proper place in the world. You'll go into the data slate, and I'll live the life that should have been mine from the beginning. The proposal hung between us like a bridge I could choose to cross or burn. Why would I do that? I asked. Even if everything you're saying is true, why would I give up my life? Because it's not your life, my reflection said gently. It never was. You're the death I was supposed to die, the aging I was supposed to experience, the mortality I was supposed to carry. You're living a stolen existence, and every day you remain in the world is another day of injustice. I looked at her, at myself, and tried to find some flaw in her logic, some argument that would prove her wrong. But the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The station's impossible preservation of youth, the vague stories about the past, the desperate enforcement of rules that no one would explain, all of it pointed toward a truth that was larger and more terrible than I'd imagined. How do I know you're telling the truth? I asked. Look in any polished bulkhead in the station tomorrow night, she said. You'll see others like me. All of us trapped. All of us waiting for the chance to reclaim what was taken. The entire history of Haven is written in reflections. Alara. 3 centuries of stolen lives and imprisoned souls. All because the original inhabitants were too afraid of death to face it honestly. I thought about Old Man Hemlock's expression when he'd seen the antique data slate, about the way the entire station had reacted with a mixture of longing and terror. They'd known what the data slate represented, what it could reveal. They'd spent generations protecting a lie that kept them alive at the cost of others' freedom. What happens to them if I do this? I asked. What happens to the people I've known as my parents, my neighbors, everyone in Haven? They return to the reflections where they belong, my reflection said. They become what they were always supposed to be, the death shadows of people who died 300 years ago. The natural order is restored. The weight of the decision felt enormous, like choosing between 2 different versions of reality. I could continue living the life I'd always known, accepting that it was built on a foundation of supernatural theft. Or I could surrender everything I was to correct an injustice that predated my existence. I need time to think, I said. Time is something we don't have much of, my reflection replied. The connection between us is strongest now, while the data slate is new to the station, and the old protections haven't been reinforced. Wait too long, and the opportunity will pass. The station will find a way to destroy the data slate or drive you away from it, and another generation will pass before the truth can be revealed again. I looked around my bedroom at the familiar furniture, the data chips I'd read, the holo pics of friends and family that documented a life I was now being told was fundamentally false. Everything looked exactly the same, but it felt different now, like props in a play I hadn't realized I was performing. "If I do this," I said slowly, "if I shatter the data slate and trade places with you, what guarantee do I have that you'll treat the people I care about with kindness? What's to stop you from taking revenge on them for what happened centuries ago?" My reflection considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "None," she said finally. "You have no guarantee except my word. And even that might mean nothing to you, since we're strangers despite sharing the same face. But consider this. If our positions were reversed, if you had been trapped in a reflection for 3 centuries while someone else lived your life, what would you want? Justice or mercy?" The question was impossible to answer because I couldn't imagine the accumulated weight of centuries of imprisonment. The slow madness of watching my own life being lived by someone else. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the data slate, talking with my reflection about the nature of identity and the price of immortality. She told me stories about the original haven, about the station as it had existed before the Great Theft, when people aged and died according to natural laws and reflections, were simply photons bouncing off a polished surface. She described a community where death was accepted as part of life, where generations followed one another in the proper sequence, where children buried their parents and became elders themselves in turn. It sounded both foreign and familiar, like a song I'd heard once and then forgotten. As the station's automated dawn approached, my reflection began to fade, becoming translucent like early morning mist. "The connection weakens with daylight," she explained, "but I'll be here tomorrow night and the night after that, as long as the data slate remains uncovered. The choice is yours, Alara. But it's not a choice you can postpone indefinitely." The data slate returned to showing my ordinary reflection, and I was left alone with a decision that felt too large for any 16-year-old to make. I spent the following cycle moving through the station with new eyes, studying the faces of people I'd known my entire life, and trying to reconcile what I saw with what I'd learned. Old man Hemlock, standing behind the counter of his small hydroponics lab, looked every bit the elderly man he claimed to be, until you noticed the steadiness of his hands, the clarity of his eyes, the way he moved with the unconscious grace of someone decades younger. Mr. Gallagher, sorting data chips with methodical precision, had the kind of institutional memory that suggested he'd been performing the same job for far longer than any human lifespan would allow. When I asked him about the station's history, about the families who'd lived there before my parents' generation, his answers were careful and non-specific, as if he was reciting information he'd memorized rather than experiences he'd lived. Most disturbing of all was my own parents' reaction when I mentioned the data slate. They didn't forbid me from using it, didn't try to remove it from my room. Instead, they spoke about it with the kind of careful neutrality that suggested they were afraid of revealing too much through their opposition. "Just be careful, love," my mother said over dinner, her voice carrying undertones I'd never heard before. "Some things are better left alone. The old stories exist for good reasons," my father added, and when I pressed him to explain what those reasons were, he changed the subject with the kind of practiced deflection that spoke of long experience avoiding difficult truths. That night, I returned to the data slate with a heart full of questions and a mind that refused to settle on answers. My reflection was waiting for me, looking exactly as she had the night before, but somehow more substantial, as if our conversations were strengthening the connection between us. "Have you decided?" she asked. "I need to understand more," I said. "If what you're telling me is true, if the entire station is built on this theft, then why hasn't anyone from the outside world noticed? Why hasn't anyone investigated the fact that people here don't age normally?" "Because the outside world sees what it expects to see," my reflection replied. "Official records are maintained. Documents are filed, but they're all false. The death shadows who live your lives have had 3 centuries to perfect their deception. They've learned how to create the appearance of normal mortality while avoiding its reality." She gestured toward the viewport, where the lights of the station twinkled in the darkness like stars that had fallen to earth. "Look at the station's logs, Alara. Look at the birth and death certificates, the census data. All the official documentation that proves this is an ordinary station with ordinary mortality rates. It's all been carefully constructed to hide the truth. People die here, according to the records. They die at appropriate ages of appropriate causes, and they're jettisoned into the void with appropriate ceremonies. What the records don't show is that the people who die are volunteers. Death shadows who've grown tired of their stolen existence and chosen to return to their reflections, making room for the next generation of theft." The explanation was so elaborate, so comprehensive, that it felt like either the most sophisticated lie I'd ever heard or the most terrible truth. "Show me," I said. "If others like you exist in reflections throughout the station, show me how to see them." My reflection smiled with what looked like relief. "Cover every reflective surface in your module except this data slate. Then at midnight, look into any polished bulkhead as you walk through the station. The protections are weakest in public spaces, and you'll see us looking back. Generations of originals, all waiting for someone brave enough to shatter the glass." I spent the next hour following her instructions, covering the bathroom mirror with a towel, turning my datapad face down, even draping fabric over the polished chrome of the galley. My parents were asleep, unaware that their daughter was preparing to discover whether the foundations of her world were built on lies. At 23:30, I slipped out of the module and began walking through the darkened corridors of Haven. The station looked exactly as it always had, quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where nothing extraordinary ever happened. But as I approached the first polished bulkhead, I began to see what the darkness had been hiding. They were there, just as my reflection had promised. Faces in the chrome that looked familiar, but somehow different, like holo pics of my neighbors taken decades ago, when they'd been younger, more vital, more genuinely human. Old man, Hemlock stood behind the viewport of his lab, but this version of him had lines around his eyes that spoke of genuine aging, hands that showed the accumulated weight of years, a posture that belonged to someone who'd lived an entire lifetime, honestly. Mr. Gallagher looked out from the administration hub with an expression of infinite sadness, his face bearing the marks of genuine age, his eyes holding the kind of weariness that comes from decades of imprisonment. In every polished bulkhead, in every reflective surface that hadn't been covered by the station's nightly ritual of concealment, I saw them, the originals, the people who'd been trapped when the great theft occurred 3 centuries ago. They watched me with expressions that mixed hope and desperation, as if I represented the first chance they'd had in generations to reclaim their stolen lives. The sight should have terrified me. Instead, it filled me with an anger so pure and complete that it felt like discovering I'd been living inside a lie so enormous that even my own identity was part of the deception. I returned to my module and sat before the antique data slate, staring at my own face, which was and wasn't my own face, and trying to process the magnitude of what I'd learned. "Now you understand," my reflection said when she appeared. The entire station is a monument to theft, a community built on the foundation of stolen time and imprisoned souls. Every person you've ever known, every relationship you've ever had has been with someone wearing a face that doesn't belong to them. Including my parents, I said. Including your parents. The people who raised you, who gave you their name and their love, are the death shadows of strangers who died 3 centuries ago. The real Vance family has been watching from reflections for generations, waiting for someone to set things right. The revelation should have destroyed my capacity for rational thought, but instead it clarified everything. The strange inconsistencies I'd noticed throughout my life, the stories that never quite made sense, the way everyone in Haven seemed to be performing a role rather than living authentically. All of it pointed to a truth that was both impossible and undeniable. "If I do this," I said slowly, "if I shatter the data slate and trade places with you, what happens to the memories I've accumulated? What happens to the relationships I've built, even if they were built on false foundations?" "You'll retain everything," my reflection assured me. "The memories, the emotions, the love you feel for the people who raised you. None of that disappears. What changes is your understanding of what those relationships mean, your awareness of the cost at which they were purchased." She leaned forward, her face filling the data slate's surface. Alara, I know this is difficult. I know I'm asking you to sacrifice everything you believe about yourself and your life. But consider the alternative. Consider spending the rest of your existence knowing that every breath you take is stolen from someone else. That every day you live is built on the foundation of their imprisonment. Could you bear that knowledge? Could you continue to be happy knowing what happiness costs? I couldn't answer because the question touched something in me that I'd never examined before. A sense of justice that ran deeper than self-preservation. A recognition that some wrongs were too fundamental to ignore. I spent that night walking through the station again, studying the faces of people I'd known my entire life, and trying to reconcile what I saw with what I'd learned. The weight of the decision pressed against my chest like a physical thing. Not the fear of death exactly, but the fear of giving up everything I believed about myself and my place in the world. When I returned to my module, my parents were still asleep, unaware that their daughter was contemplating a choice that would unravel the foundations of their existence. I made breakfast with hands that trembled slightly, watching them eat and laugh and plan their day, while knowing that this might be one of the last mornings we would share as a family. The decision, when it finally came, arrived not as a moment of revelation, but as a gradual recognition of what I'd known in my heart from the moment I'd first seen my reflection, moving independently in the antique data slate. This wasn't about preventing catastrophe or saving the world. It was about justice, about acknowledging that the life I'd been living was built on someone else's imprisonment, and that continuing to live, it would make me complicit in a theft that had lasted 3 centuries. I couldn't bear the weight of that knowledge. I couldn't wake up each morning knowing that my existence came at the cost of someone else's freedom, that every breath I took was stolen from the girl who should have been living this life all along. That evening, I sat before the data slate and spoke to my reflection for the last time. I'll do it, I said. I'll shatter the data slate and trade places with you. But I need you to promise me something. What? Be kind to them. To the people who raised me. To the neighbors who have been living stolen lives without understanding the cost. When they return to their reflections, when they realize what they've been and what they've done, remember that they were victims too. They didn't choose this theft. It was chosen for them by people who died 3 centuries ago. My reflection nodded solemnly. I promise the transition will be as gentle as I can make it, and I'll help them understand what's happening. They deserve compassion, not punishment. I picked up the plasma cutter I'd brought from my father's tool shed, hefting its weight and testing my grip. Is there anything else I should know? I asked. Only that you're braver than I would have been at your age, my reflection said. And that what you're doing matters more than you can possibly understand. You're not just saving Haven. You're restoring the natural order that was broken 3 centuries ago. Death will return to being a natural transition rather than something to be avoided through theft. And life will become precious again because it's limited. I raised the plasma cutter, then paused. Will I remember this conversation? Will I remember why I chose to do this? You'll remember everything, my reflection assured me. The memories will be part of what you carry into the reflection, part of what makes you who you are. The imprisonment won't erase your identity. It will preserve it. I nodded, understanding that this was as much comfort as she could offer. Then, before I could lose my nerve or think too deeply about what I was about to sacrifice, I brought the plasma cutter down against the surface of the antique data slate. The obsidian didn't shatter the way modern screens do, exploding into 1,000 sharp fragments. Instead, it cracked slowly, deliberately, like ice, breaking under pressure. The fissures spread outward from the point of impact in patterns that looked almost organic, as if the data slate was a living thing that was dying by degrees. As the cracks spread, I felt something shift inside my chest. Not painful exactly, but profound. Like the moment between sleeping and waking when you're aware of transitioning between two different states of being. The world around me began to feel less solid, less immediate, as if I was viewing it through a screen that was growing progressively thicker. My reflection stepped forward as I stepped back, and for a moment we occupied the same space, existing in perfect superposition, like quantum particles that hadn't yet decided which reality to inhabit. I could feel her memories mixing with mine, centuries of watching, waiting, hoping for this moment. I could taste her relief like copper in my mouth, smell her freedom like ozone after lightning. Then the transition completed itself, and I was looking out from inside the data slate while she stood in my bedroom, flexing her fingers and breathing air that belonged to the living world. The change was less dramatic than I'd expected. I could still see my bedroom clearly, could still hear the sounds of the station settling into its sleep cycle, could still feel the weight of my own thoughts and emotions. What was different was the quality of distance that separated me from everything I was observing. It was like being underwater and looking up at the surface. Everything was visible, but somehow unreachable. She looked at me with an expression of profound gratitude. "Thank you," she said, and her voice carried the weight of 3 centuries of imprisonment. "I know what this cost you, and I won't forget it." "Take care of them," I said, though I wasn't sure if my voice could reach her from inside the data slate. "Remember that they're victims, too." She nodded, then began the process of becoming me, or rather becoming herself in the life that should have been hers from the beginning. Over the following weeks, I watched her interactions with my parents, my friends, the people of Haven, who had no idea that their carefully maintained world was beginning to change. She was gentler than I'd expected, more patient with the deception than I might have been. When my parents asked about the broken data slate, she told them it had been an accident. and they helped her dispose of the fragments with what looked like relief. But something had shifted in the station's careful balance. The other death shadows began aging more visibly, their borrowed youth finally catching up with them as the act of willing exchange disrupted whatever magic had sustained the great theft. Old Man Hemlock developed lines around his eyes that spoke of genuine weariness. Mr. Gallagher's hands began to shake with the tremor of accumulated years. The girl who had taken my place helped them understand what was happening. She explained the history of Haven, the nature of the theft that had sustained them, the fact that their return to the reflections was not death, but a restoration of natural order. Some of them were angry, some were frightened, but most seemed relieved to finally understand why their lives had always felt somehow incomplete. The transition took several months, during which I watched the station transform itself from a monument to supernatural theft into something approaching emptiness. The death shadows aged and faded and eventually returned to their reflections, where they joined the originals who had been waiting for centuries. The process was peaceful, almost gentle, like watching stars bloom in reverse. When it was over, she was alone in Haven, the only living person in a station full of memories and watching eyes. She stayed for a few more weeks, walking through the deserted corridors and sitting in the abandoned modules, saying goodbye to a place that had been both her prison and her home. Then she left, taking nothing but the clothes she wore and the documents that proved her legal existence in the outside world. I watched her go with feelings that were too complex to name. Pride in what we'd accomplished together, sadness at the loneliness that awaited her, and a strange sense of completion that came from knowing I'd chosen correctly. From my place in the glass, I could see her future stretching ahead, uncertain, but honest in ways that life in Haven had never been. She would age naturally, love genuinely, die when her time came. She would live the life I had given up, and she would live it well, and I would remain here, watching from the reflections of an empty station, carrying the weight of its history in the memory of a choice that had cost everything but given back something more precious. The knowledge that some truths are worth any price, and that justice, even when it comes at the cost of everything you've ever known, is still justice. The echoes are real, but not in the way the stories claim. We're the ones who chose to pay the price for other people's theft, who traded our lives for the restoration of something that should never have been broken. And sometimes, late at night, when the boundary between worlds grows thin, we whisper our stories to the empty modules of Haven, ensuring that the truth is never entirely forgotten. This is what remains. An empty station, a handful of reflections that hold more than reflections, and the echo of a 16-year-old girl who discovered that the hardest choices are often the only ones worth making. Story 4. The first time Dr. Kalin Reed heard the humming, He was standing at the reinforced viewport of his rented hab unit in the Erebus mining colony, watching the red dust fall like ash from a copper sky. He had been on the tidally locked moon for 3 cycles by then, long enough to grow accustomed to the peculiar rhythms of the small off-world community, long enough to notice the way conversations stopped when he entered a room, long enough to feel the weight of eyes that followed his movements with more than casual interest. But nothing had prepared him for the sound that came threading through the thin, whistling atmosphere. A resonance so desolate, so utterly bereft of hope that his breath caught in his throat, and his bulb of reclaimed water trembled against his lips. It rose and fell with the gusting solar winds, seeming to emanate from the direction of the echoing chasm, that dark fissure in the moon's crust that lay shimmering now beneath the perpetual twilight. The sound was not quite mechanical, yet not entirely organic either. Something caught between the two, suspended in a liminal space that made his skin prickle with primitive unease. Kalen had come to Erebus 3 cycles before the long night eclipse, armed with nothing more than a corporate transport credit, a thermos of synth coffee that had long since gone cold, and the stubborn skepticism that had served him well in 15 years of xenolinguistics. The story had first caught his attention 6 months earlier, buried in the data archives of the Outer Rim Historical Society. Brief mentions spanning decades of the Erebus anomaly, always relegated to obscure subfolders, always treated with the sort of bemused condescension reserved for fringe science. He had initially dismissed it as just another ghost story, the kind of manufactured legend that struggling colonies love to promote. But something about the consistency of the reports had nagged at him. Every year, without fail, residents of Erebus reported hearing the song from the echoing chasm, a phenomenon allegedly tied to the colony's founding. Local legend claimed it was the resonance of the moon's core, though geological records were frustratingly vague on the details. What had transformed his casual interest into professional obsession were the other reports buried deeper in the archives, missing persons cases, always during the harshest dust storms of the long night, always involving outsiders. Surveyors in the 2240s, lost prospectors in the 2260s, the occasional academic or corporate auditor drawn by the chasm legend in more recent decades. The disappearances were spaced years apart, never quite frequent enough to establish a clear pattern, never quite dramatic enough to attract sustained attention from central authorities. The locals, when pressed by past investigators, invariably claimed the missing had simply left the colony. Erebus was not the sort of place that held strangers for long, they would say, with the sort of knowing looks that passed between people who shared secrets. The environment was harsh, the transport links treacherous. People left. It was as simple as that. But Kalen had spent weeks studying studying the meteorological records, cross-referencing them with the missing persons reports, and found something that made his pulse quicken with the thrill of discovery. Every disappearance had occurred within 48 hours of when local residents reported hearing the chasm's song most clearly. Every single one. That pattern had brought him to Erebus on a dusty morning, his datapad loaded with research files, and his mind buzzing with the particular energy that came with sensing a story that might be larger than it initially appeared. Now standing at his viewport and listening to that terrible sound threading through the twilight, Kalen felt the familiar stirring of investigative hunger mixed with something else, something that felt uncomfortably like fear. He reached for his log, the synth leather cover worn smooth by years of use, and began to write. Cycle 22, 2347. First direct auditory experience with the so-called chasm song. Sound appears to originate from direction of echoing chasm, approximately half a click northeast of Colony Center. Duration, approximately 4 minutes. Character of sound, low, resonant, with distinct harmonic variation, suggesting he paused, stylus hovering over the screen, suggesting what? That it was organic after all. That beneath the distortion of wind and distance, there was something recognizably, terrifyingly alive about that song. The humming continued for another minute, then faded gradually, leaving only the whisper of dust against the dome and the settling sounds of the old colony around him. Kalen closed the log and moved away from the viewport, but sleep eluded him for the rest of the cycle. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard that sound again, and with it came images he couldn't quite shake. Dark earth closing over a person's face, hands clawing desperately at crystalline walls, a mouth open in a final, futile scream. When the new cycle came, gray and bitter, Kalen found himself studying the faces of Erebus's residents with new intensity. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. Where before he had encountered the typical weariness that isolated colonies showed toward outsiders, now there seemed to be something else, an expectancy perhaps, a sense that some long-anticipated event was finally approaching its culmination. He took his morning meal at the Dust Devil Cantina, a narrow establishment squeezed between the hydroponics bay and Administrator Thorne's office, and observed the quiet interactions of the colony's people, with the sort of attention he usually reserved for hostile interview subjects. The cantina was busier than it had been during his previous visits, filled with faces he was beginning to recognize. There was Administrator Thorne, his colony-assigned liaison, a man of perhaps 60 with pale eyes that seemed to take in everything while revealing nothing. He sat alone at a corner table, methodically working through what appeared to be the same nutrient paste he ordered every morning. But his attention was not on his food. Instead, he watched the other patrons with the sort of careful attention that spoke of long practice. Kalen noticed how his gaze would linger on each person in turn, how small nods would pass between him and various individuals, how conversations would pause when he looked up from his meal. At the counter, a woman named Elira managed the morning rush with a brisk efficiency. Her graying hair pulled back in a bun so tight it seemed to stretch the skin of her temples. She moved with the practiced economy of someone who had been serving the same colonists the same meals for decades. But there was something different about her interactions today. Small comments passed between her and the regulars, brief exchanges that seemed to carry more weight than their casual tone suggested. Then there was the proprietor herself, a woman whose age was impossible to determine. She might have been 50 or 70, her face bearing the sort of weathered quality that spoke of hard lives and harder secrets. Today, she seemed more animated than usual, moving between tables with an energy that bordered on excitement, asking questions about people's plans for the evening, making small observations about the storm that felt loaded with meaning. When she reached Kalen's table, her smile was warmer than it had been during previous encounters. But somehow that warmth felt more unsettling than the previous coolness. "Sleep well, dear?" she asked, refilling Kalen's water bulb with unnecessary care. "I know these old habs can be noisy." Settling plasteel, wind in the vents. Sometimes people hear all sorts of things. The question seemed casual enough, but Kalen caught the way the woman's eyes searched his face, looking for some specific reaction. "Actually, I did hear something interesting," Kalen replied, watching the woman's expression carefully. "That humming people talk about from the direction of the chasm." Something flickered in the woman's eyes so quickly that anyone not trained to watch for such things might have missed it entirely. Around them, the low conversations of other patrons seemed to pause, as if the entire cantina had suddenly developed acute hearing. "Ah," she said softly, setting down the water pitcher with deliberate care. "So, you heard it too?" The song, of course. Poor thing. They say it calls out on the stormiest nights, searching for someone to understand its pain." The woman's voice had taken on a different quality, not the carefully neutral tone she had used during previous conversations, but something that seemed rehearsed, as if she were reciting lines from a long, familiar script. "You've heard it yourself?" Kalen asked. "Oh, many times over the years. We all have. It's part of living here, you understand. Part of the atmosphere." The slight pause before the last word was deliberate, Kalen realized. Everything about this conversation felt choreographed. "What do you think it actually is?" The woman's smile grew wider, but somehow less warm. "What do you think it is, dear? You're the xenolinguist after all. I'm sure you have theories." The fact that the woman knew his profession shouldn't have been surprising. Isolated colonies were notorious for their information networks. But something about the way she said it made Kalen's skin crawl. There was an emphasis on the word linguist suggested it wasn't simply a career description, but rather a classification, a designation that placed Kalen in some specific category that the colony's people had been expecting. "I think it's worth investigating," Kalen said carefully. "That's why I'm here." "Of course it is," the woman agreed and moved away to tend other customers, leaving Kalen with the uncomfortable sensation that he had just participated in some sort of test, and that his answers had been exactly what was expected. After his meal, Kalen made his way to the Erebus Colony Archive, housed in a cramped room above the hydroponics bay. The building itself was older than most in the colony center, its plasteel facade bearing the sort of weathered dignity that spoke of centuries of dust storms. Inside, the narrow stairs groaned under his feet with sounds that seemed almost musical in their consistency. The archivist, if such a grand title could be applied to the elderly man who emerged from behind stacks of dusty data slates, introduced himself only as the keeper. He wore a technician's jumpsuit that had seen better decades and optical sensors held together with electrical tape. But his eyes behind those patched lenses were sharp with intelligence. "Dr. Reed," he said before Kalen could introduce himself. "I've been expecting you." The statement stopped him short. "Expecting me?" "Oh, yes. We always know when someone's come to ask about the chasm. Word travels fast in a place like this." He gestured toward a chair positioned directly across from his desk, as if he had been preparing for this exact conversation. "Please sit. I imagine you have questions." Kalen settled into the chair, which groaned ominously under his weight, and pulled out his datapad. "I am interested in the historical record, founding era documents, medical logs, corporate proceedings, anything that might shed light on the actual events behind the legend." The keeper nodded as if this were exactly what he had expected him to ask. He moved to a filing cabinet that appeared to be held together by rust and determination, and withdrew a data slate that looked as if it had been prepared in advance. "The chasm business," he said, spreading holo images across a table scarred by decades of scholarly investigation. "Yes, I can tell you quite a bit about that." The documents he displayed were copies of colonial corporate logs, faded beyond easy reading, and what appeared to be fragments of medical proceedings. But as Kalen examined them more closely, he realized that something was wrong with the timeline. "These records," he said slowly, "they're not from the same period. Some of these appear to be from the 2190s, but others," he squinted at the dates, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. "Others are from much later, the 2240s, the 2280s, even into the 24th century." The keeper's smile was thin and pleased, as if he had just passed another test. "Very observant. Yes, you're quite right. The chasm legend, you see, isn't based on a single historical event. It's based on a pattern." "What kind of pattern?" "Deaths," he said simply. Disappearances. Always during dust storms, always involving strangers to the community. The records show it stretching back to the very founding of Erebus. He pointed to various entries in the documents, his finger tracing lines of archaic script. Here, 2192, subject Corwin, an unregistered prospector found deceased near the echoing chasm. Here, 2243, Jonathan Prescott, a traveling merchant, vanished during the vernal storms. Here, 2289, Reverend Samuel Clark, a visiting missionary, lost in the desert. Kalen felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air seeping through the building's old vents. You're suggesting this has been happening for centuries. I'm not suggesting anything, the keeper replied. I am simply showing you what the records contain. Make of them what you will. He studied the documents more carefully, noting the formal language, the careful phrasing that seemed designed to obscure as much as it revealed. What happened to subject Corwin, specifically the first case? The keeper's expression grew thoughtful. Now, that's where the story becomes particularly interesting. According to these records, she wasn't an official colonist. She was what they called a stranger, someone who came to the colony during a harsh storm seeking shelter. He pulled out another document, this one appearing to be a fragment of a medical log. She was with child and unregistered. The medical log indicates she gave birth in February of that year. What happened to the child? No record, the keeper said, but his tone suggested this absence was significant. No birth record, no DNA registration, nothing. And that's strange, because the corporation was usually meticulous about such things, even for irregular situations. And the woman herself, found dead near the echoing chasm in March. The official record lists it as death by misadventure, suggesting she wandered into the storm. He pointed to a barely legible margin note. But there's this notation here in what appears to be a different hand. The depths took her, as was meet and proper. Kalen stared at the faded writing, trying to make sense of the archaic phrasing. As was meet and proper. That's an odd way to describe an accident. Indeed it is, the keeper agreed. Almost as if her death was not accidental at all, but rather expected, planned, even. The implications of what he was suggesting began to sink in, and Kalen found himself looking at the elderly archivist with new attention. Keeper, are you saying you believe subject Corwin was murdered? His smile was enigmatic. I'm saying the records raise questions that have never been satisfactorily answered. Questions about what really happened to her, about why similar deaths have continued to occur with such regularity, about why the people of Erebus have consistently explained these incidents as supernatural phenomena, rather than looking for more earthly explanations. And what do you think the earthly explanation might be? The keeper began collecting the documents, his movements suddenly brisk and purposeful. Dr. Reed, I've lived in Erebus for 73 years. I've seen things, heard things, learned things that would probably sound quite mad to an outsider. He paused in his gathering of papers, meeting his eyes directly. But I've also learned that sometimes the most important questions are the ones we choose not to ask. Sometimes survival depends on accepting certain limitations on our curiosity. The warning was delivered with perfect politeness, but its implications were unmistakable. Kalen felt the same chills he had experienced in the cantina, the sense that he was being carefully managed, guided toward specific conclusions while being warned away from others. "Keeper," he said carefully, "have you ever heard the humming yourself?" The old man's face went very still. Behind his patched sensors, his eyes seemed to retreat deeper into their sockets. For a long moment, the only sound in the cramped room was the ticking of an ancient chronometer on the wall and the distant murmur of voices from the hydroponics bay below. "I've heard many things over the years," he said finally. "Sounds that might have been wind, might have been machinery, might have been..." He shrugged. "The imagination plays tricks, especially during dust storms when the darkness seems to press in from all sides. But you've never heard anything that couldn't be explained." The keeper finished collecting the documents and returned them to their slate with careful precision. "Dr. Reed, let me ask you something. When you heard the humming last night, and yes, I know you heard it, just as I know everyone in the colony heard it, what did you think it was?" The question caught him off guard. I'm not sure. That's what I'm here to find out." "Are you?" His smile was sad and strange. "Or are you here because you've already made up your mind about what you want to find? Because you've decided that there must be some rational explanation for these stories, some conspiracy or cover-up that an enterprising researcher might be able to expose." Kalen felt heat rise in his cheeks. "I'm here to investigate a pattern of disappearances." That what?" The keeper interrupted gently. "That couldn't possibly have supernatural causes. That must therefore be the result of human agency. Dr. Reed, what if I told you that both possibilities might be true? What if the supernatural and the human conspiracy were not mutually exclusive, but rather two aspects of the same terrible truth?" Before he could respond, the elderly man was moving toward the door, clearly indicating that their conversation was over. "Think about it," he said as he showed him out. "And think carefully about how much truth you really want to uncover. Sometimes ignorance is not just bliss, it's survival." That afternoon, Kalen took the winding service tunnel that circled the echoing chasm, his rented sand crawler's tires crunching through dust that lay undisturbed except for the occasional tracks of maintenance drones. The trip took longer than he had expected. The chasm was larger than it appeared from the colony, stretching nearly 2 clicks at its widest point, and surrounded by a dense, crystalline forest that seemed to press in closer with each passing meter. He made several stops along the way, photographing the chasm from different angles noting the variations in the crystal formations and the way the afternoon light played across their surfaces. There was something unsettling about the place that he couldn't quite identify. Perhaps it was the absolute silence, broken only by the occasional crack of settling crystal and the whisper of wind through the spires. Or perhaps it was the way the surrounding forest seemed to lean inward, creating shadows that were too deep for the available light. At what appeared to be the only public access point, a small clearing where a corporate monument stood like a lonely sentinel, Kalen parked and began setting up his equipment. The monument itself was disappointingly brief, offering only basic information about the chasm's discovery during the initial terraforming. No mention of spirits or colonial tragedies or mysterious disappearances. Standing at the chasm's edge, he found himself studying the crystals with growing unease. They were thick, certainly thick enough to be structurally sound, but there were variations in their appearance that troubled him. Dark patches deep within the translucent structures suggested either areas of greater density or some sort of debris trapped within. The pattern seemed almost deliberate, arranged in ways that reminded him uncomfortably of symbols or writing in some unknown alphabet. He pulled out his high-resolution scanner and began taking readings, starting with wide-spectrum scans of the chasm as a whole, then focusing on the unusual formations in the crystals. Through the viewfinder, he noticed details that hadn't been visible to the naked eye. What appeared to be a series of denser marks deep within the structures, arranged in a roughly circular pattern, perhaps 50 meters from the edge. The more he studied the crystals, the more convinced he became that those dark patches were not natural formations. They were too regular, too purposeful. But what could create such patterns? And why had no previous investigator remarked on them? As if summoned by his questions, he heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. A sand crawler emerged from a service tunnel, moving slowly and deliberately toward his position. It stopped just at the edge of the clearing, and two men climbed out, both dressed in heavy environment suits, both moving with the sort of careful attention that suggested they were very much aware of his presence. He recognized one of them as Jax, whom he had seen around the colony, and assumed was related to the archivist. The other was unfamiliar, a younger man with dark hair and the sort of weathered features that spoke of outdoor work. Dr. Reed, Jax called as they approached. Beautiful day for research. There was something in his tone that made the innocent observation feel less than innocent. Kalen lowered his scanner and tried to project more confidence than he felt. It's certainly striking, he agreed. I can see why the chasm figures so prominently in local folklore. The two men exchanged a glance that lasted perhaps a second too long. The younger one, who had not been introduced, seemed to be studying his equipment with particular interest. Doing a story on our local legends, he he asked, and there was something about the way he phrased the question that suggested he already knew the answer. Something like that, Kalen replied. I am particularly interested in the historical aspects, the real events that might have given rise to the stories. Real events, Jax repeated, as if testing the phrase. Yes, I suppose there have been quite a few of those over the years. The disappearances, you mean? Another exchange of glances, this one even more significant than the first. Kalen had the distinct impression that he was being evaluated, that his responses were being measured against some predetermined standard. People do go missing sometimes, the younger man said. The desert can be treacherous for those who don't know the area well. Chasms open up. Storms blow in without warning. Easy to get turned around, lose your way. Is that what you think happened to the others? The researcher in 2281, the filmmaker in 2298. Jax's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. You've done your research. It's what I do. Yes, he said slowly. We know. The simple statement hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Kalen felt the first real stirring of fear. Not the abstract unease he had been experiencing, but genuine concern for his safety. These men knew who he was, knew why he was here, and their presence at the chasm felt anything but coincidental. Well, he said, beginning to pack up his equipment with movements that he hoped appeared casual. I should probably be getting back to the colony. Thank you for the conversation. Of course, Jax replied. Drive carefully. The tunnels can be unpredictable this time of year. As Kalen loaded his equipment into the sandcrawler, he was acutely aware of the two men watching his every movement. They made no move to leave, simply stood at the chasm's edge like sentinels, waiting for his departure. He drove away slowly, checking his rear-view camera repeatedly. The men remained visible until he rounded a bend in the service tunnel, and even then, he had the uncomfortable sensation that he was still being observed. That evening, back in his hab unit, Kalen processed the scan data using the portable equipment he always carried for fieldwork. The process was meditative, requiring the sort of focused attention that usually helped him organize his thoughts and plan his next moves. But as the images emerged on the holo display, his hands began to shake. The scans of the chasm were clearer and more detailed than he had expected, revealing aspects of the crystal formations that had been invisible even through his high-resolution scanner. The dark patches deep within the structures were definitely not natural. They formed patterns that were too geometric, too purposeful to be accidents of geology. More disturbing still were the readings that showed the surrounding area. In several scans, he could make out energy signatures among the rocks, heat patterns that had been invisible to his naked eye when he was taking the readings. The signatures appeared to be watching the chasm with the sort of focused attention that spoke of long practice. In one scan taken just before Jax, and his companion had arrived. He could count at least a dozen such signatures arranged in a rough semicircle among the rock formations. All were humanoid. All were positioned to observe the chasm, and all seemed to be maintaining some sort of coordinated surveillance. He had been watched not just by the two men who had approached him, but by an entire network of observers who had remained hidden throughout his visit to the chasm. Kalen pinned the holo images to a makeshift display and studied them by lamplight, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The implications were staggering. The entire population of Erebus, or at least a significant portion of it, was involved in monitoring activities at the echoing chasm. The local legend, the stories of supernatural humming, the dismissive explanations for the disappearances. All of it was part of an elaborate screen designed to conceal organized human activity. But what kind of activity? And why go to such lengths to hide it? He was still pondering these questions when he heard footsteps on the stairs below. Slow, deliberate steps that paused at each landing. The sound was familiar. He had heard it the night before, though he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, given everything he had learned during the day, those footsteps took on a more ominous significance. They reached the landing just below his hab unit and stopped. Kalen held his breath, listening. He could hear breathing now, just on the other side of the thin wall that separated him from the stairwell. Then came a soft knock on his door. Dr. Reed. It was Administrator Thorne's voice, carefully polite. Might I have a word? Kalen's hand hesitated on the door handle for a long moment. Every instinct he possessed was telling him not to open it, not to engage with whatever Thorne wanted to discuss. But he was a researcher, and researchers opened doors, both literal and metaphorical, that others might choose to keep closed. He disengaged the lock and opened the door just wide enough to see Thorne's pale eyes studying him with what might have been concern. Administrator Thorne, it's rather late for a social call. Indeed it is, he replied, though he made no move to apologize or explain his presence. Instead, he seemed to be studying his face with a sort of careful attention that suggested he was looking for specific reactions. I was wondering if you might have had any difficulties with your accommodations, any concerns about your safety here in Erebus. The question seemed loaded with meaning, as if he were asking something entirely different beneath the surface of polite inquiry. Kalen opened the door a bit wider, noting that Thorne was dressed not in the casual clothes he might expect for an evening at home, but in heavy boots and a coat that suggested he had recently been outdoors. My safety, he repeated. Is there some reason I should be concerned? Thorne's smile was thin and practiced. Erebus can be treacherous for those unfamiliar with our ways. The tunnels can collapse. Communications can be unreliable during storms. Weather can change without warning. It would be unfortunate if something were to happen to a visitor. Behind his words, Kalen could hear the echo of that inhuman humming beginning again, threading through the night wind like a sound made of pure anguish. He noticed that Thorn showed no reaction to it whatsoever, as if the sound were as natural and unremarkable as the ticking of a clock. "Administrator Thorn," he said carefully, "I couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be quite a few people near the echoing chasm this afternoon, in the rocks, watching." Something shifted in his expression. Not surprise exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition, as if a game that had been played according to certain rules was now entering a new phase. "Ah," he said softly. "Yes, I thought you might have noticed that. You're quite observant, Dr. Reed, more observant than most who come here, asking questions about our local legends." What were they doing there? Thorn stepped closer to the door, and Kalen caught a scent that seemed wrong somehow. Not unpleasant exactly, but organic in a way that suggested things growing in dark, hidden places. There was something else beneath it, too. Something that reminded him of deep earth and things that lived in it. "Watching," he said, "simply observing, making sure that certain protocols are followed. You see, Dr. Reed, the echoing chasm is not just a geological feature to us. It's something more significant, something that requires careful attention." "What kind of attention?" "The kind that ensures the safety and prosperity of our community." Thorn's voice had taken on a different quality, less casual, more formal, as if he were reciting something he had said many times before. "Erebus has survived for over 3 centuries, Dr. Reed. We've weathered wars and depressions, harsh storms, and social upheavals. That kind of continuity doesn't happen by accident." The humming outside grew louder, and now Kalen could definitely hear the multiple voices beneath it, rising and falling in patterns that seemed almost ritualistic. Thorn tilted his head slightly, as if listening to music only he could properly appreciate. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said. "The old songs, they've been sung here longer than any of us can remember. Old songs. Hymns of sorts, prayers, expressions of gratitude for blessings received, and acknowledgments of obligations that must be honored." He paused, studying his face with renewed intensity. "I wonder, Dr. Reed, if you might be interested in joining us tomorrow evening. It would give you an opportunity to observe our local customs firsthand for your research." The invitation was delivered with perfect politeness, but Kalen felt every professional instinct he possessed screaming warnings. There was something in Thorn's pale eyes that reminded him of the look he had seen in the faces of interview subjects who were lying. But beneath that lay something else, something that suggested the lie was the least of his concerns. "What sort of customs?" he asked. "Oh, traditional eclipse observances, seasonal celebrations that have been part of our community life for generations. Nothing too elaborate, but I think you'd find it illuminating, educational, certainly. The sort of authentic local culture that rarely gets documented properly. He paused, and his smile widened slightly. Tomorrow is the long night eclipse, you understand. The darkest night. It's always been a significant time for communities like ours. Isolated places where people have learned to work together to survive the harshest seasons. And these observances take place at the chasm. Where else? Thorn seemed genuinely puzzled by the question. The echoing chasm has been the heart of Erebus's spiritual life since the very beginning. Everything important that happens here happens at the chasm. The humming outside continued, and Kalen found himself listening more carefully to its rhythms and variations. What had initially seemed like random expressions of anguish now revealed patterns. Call and response sections, harmonic progressions, rhythmic structures that spoke of careful composition and long practice. Administrator Thorn, he said slowly, how many people participate in these observances? Oh, everyone. His answer was immediate and matter-of-fact. The entire community. And that's rather the point, you see. Collective participation, shared responsibility, unified purpose. It's what has kept us strong all these years. The entire community, Kalen repeated, including the children. Especially the children. Thorn's expression grew warmer, almost paternal. They need to understand their heritage, their obligations. How else could our traditions continue? How else could we ensure that future generations will honor the commitments made by their ancestors? The implications of what he was saying began to sink in, and Kalen felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air seeping through the building's old vents. What kind of commitments? He asked. Thorn's smile became almost fond. The kind that require renewal, Dr. Reed. The kind that must be honored regularly with sincerity and dedication. Tomorrow evening would be an excellent opportunity for you to witness such a renewal. He took a step back from the door, clearly preparing to leave, but his eyes remained fixed on his face. Think about it, he said. The invitation stands. Tomorrow evening, just after sunset, you'll find us at the chasm. He turned to go, then paused and looked back at him one final time. Dr. Reed, I do hope you'll consider accepting. It would be such a shame if you were to leave Erebus without experiencing everything we have to offer. Such a waste of an opportunity. The words were spoken with the same careful politeness, but they carried an unmistakable weight of expectation. This was not a casual invitation to observe local folklore. It was something else entirely, and something that felt more like a summons than a request. Kalen watched him descend the stairs, noting how his footsteps made no sound at all on the metal grating, and how he seemed to glide rather than walk. Only when he was certain he was gone did he close and lock the door, dragging a chair in front of it for good measure. He sat at his small desk and opened his datapad, his fingers trembling slightly as she composed a message to his department head. at the university. Dr. Eris. Situation on Erebus more complex than anticipated. Evidence of organized community activity centered around the echoing chasm. Entire population appears to be involved in some form of seasonal observance scheduled for tomorrow evening. Long night eclipse. Strong suggestion that previous missing persons may have been connected to these events. Recommend immediate backup, if no contact, within 48 hours. Will attempt to document tomorrow's activity, but situation feels increasingly dangerous. Uploading all files to secure server as precaution. He attached his scans, his audio recordings, and a detailed summary of his findings, then sent the message through his encrypted comms service. The technology felt almost absurdly modern in this place that seemed suspended in some earlier, darker time. But even as he worked, part of his mind was already planning for tomorrow evening. Because whatever was happening on Erebus, whatever these people were really doing at the echoing chasm, he needed to document it. It was what he did, who he was, a recorder of truths that others preferred to keep hidden. The humming continued outside his viewport for nearly 2 hours. And when it finally faded, the silence that followed felt somehow more ominous than the sound itself. Kalen found himself listening to that silence, waiting for something, though what he couldn't say. When sleep finally came, it brought dreams of dark earth and reaching crystalline hands and voices that called his name in languages he didn't recognize, but somehow understood. In the dreams, he was always walking toward the chasm, always moving through sand that seemed to pull at his feet like quicksand, always aware that something vast and patient was waiting for him beneath the earth. He woke several times during the night, each time with the absolute certainty that he was no longer alone in the HAB unit. But when he turned on the light and searched the shadows, he found nothing except the growing conviction that tomorrow evening would bring answers to questions he was no longer certain he wanted to ask. The next cycle passed with the surreal quality of a fever dream, each hour stretching like taffy while simultaneously racing toward an inevitable conclusion. Kalen spent the morning in the colony archive, researching everything he could find about Erebus's history. But the materials available seemed carefully curated. There was plenty of information about the colony's founding in 2159, its role as a mining outpost during the corporate wars, its gradual evolution from a resource extraction community to the present-day mixture of research and light industry. But there were gaps, significant omissions that became more apparent the longer he searched. Very little about the people themselves, their customs, their religious practices. Almost nothing about the social dynamics that would have shaped such an isolated community over 3.5 centuries. The official records painted a picture of a thoroughly unremarkable off-world colony, distinguished only by its picturesque chasm, and unusually low population turnover. What he did find buried in a collection of old colony council minutes that seemed to have been misfiled was a series of ordinances dating back to the early 2200s. They dealt with what the council euphemistically termed seasonal observances and established a number of restrictions on outsider access to certain areas during specific times of year. The language was archaic and difficult to parse, but the intent seemed clear enough. During the 10 cycles of the long night eclipse each year, the echoing chasm and its immediate surroundings were to be reserved for traditional community activities. Non-residents were prohibited from prospecting, surveying, or conducting any form of investigation or documentation in the area during this period. The restrictions had been renewed regularly over the decades, with minor modifications to account for changing circumstances, right up through the present day. The most recent renewal, dated just 6 months earlier, included specific provisions about visiting researchers and unauthorized recording equipment. Kalen copied the relevant pages, noting how his hands shook slightly as he fed the documents through the scanner. Someone had been expecting people like him. Someone had been planning for the possibility of outside investigation for literally centuries. At the Dust Devil Cantina, the atmosphere was different from his previous visits. Not hostile exactly, but charged with a kind of anticipatory energy that made his skin crawl. Conversations stopped when he entered, but this time they didn't resume after he had taken his seat. Instead, the other patrons simply sat in silence, watching him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to something that looked disturbingly like pity. The proprietor herself was more talkative than usual, asking detailed questions about Kalen's research, his impressions of the colony, his plans for the evening. When Kalen mentioned that Administrator Thorne had invited him to observe some local traditions, the woman's face went very still. "Did he now?" she said softly, setting down the water pitcher with exaggerated care. "And you're planning to accept?" "I think so. It sounds like exactly the sort of thing I came here to document." The woman nodded slowly, as if this response confirmed something she had been expecting. Around them, the cantina had gone completely quiet. Every patron listening with the sort of focused attention that suggested they were all part of a conversation Kalen wasn't quite hearing. "Dr. Reed," she said finally, her voice taking on a gentleness that somehow made it more frightening. "Has it occurred to you to wonder why Thorne would extend such an invitation to an outsider? Why he would want you to see what we do at the chasm?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Kalen found himself looking around the cantina, noting how every face was turned toward him, how every expression carried the same mixture of sympathy and anticipation. "Perhaps he's proud of your local traditions," he said, though the words sounded weak even to his own ears. The woman's smile was sad and strange. Pride, she repeated. Yes, I suppose that's one way to look at it. We are proud, Dr. Reed. Proud of our continuity, our commitment to the old ways. Proud of our discipline. She leaned closer, lowering her voice to barely above a whisper. But pride has a price, you understand. Everything has a price. The question is whether you're prepared to pay it. Before Kaelin could respond, the woman had moved away, bustling about her duties with renewed energy. But the weight of those watching eyes remained, following his every movement until he finally left the cantina and made his way back to his hab unit. That afternoon, he made another visit to the echoing chasm, this time bringing his full array of recording equipment. The drive seemed shorter than before, as if the service tunnel itself were conspiring to speed him toward his destination. The crystalline forest pressed closer on both sides, the spires heavy with dust that seemed to muffle even the sound of his crawler's engine. He parked in the same clearing as before and began setting up his cameras and audio equipment, positioning them to capture the chasm from multiple angles. The crystals looked different in the gray twilight, thicker, more opaque, with those dark patches deep within seeming more pronounced than ever. As he worked, Kaelin became aware of movement in the surrounding rocks. Nothing overt, just the occasional glimpse of dark clothing among the crystalline spires, the sense of being observed by multiple sets of eyes. He pretended not to notice, focusing on his equipment with the sort of professional concentration that had served him well in hostile interview situations. But internally, his anxiety was building to almost unbearable levels. Whatever was going to happen here this evening, he was walking into it blind, armed with nothing more than cameras and recording devices, and a stubborn determination to document the truth. The planet began to slide in front of the system's star, plunging the moon into the deep, unnatural darkness of the long night eclipse. The temperature dropped noticeably, and his breath began to steam in the cold air. Then he heard them coming. Footsteps in the dust, moving through the crystalline forest, with the sort of coordinated rhythm that spoke of long practice. Not just a few people, but many, dozens perhaps. They emerged from the crystals in groups of 3 or 4, all dressed in similar dark clothing, all moving with the same measured pace toward the chasm's edge. Kaelin counted them as they appeared, his professional instincts overriding his growing fear. 27 adults this time, ranging in age from what appeared to be late teenagers to elderly individuals he recognized from the colony. Men and women both, though with the heavy environment suits and gathering darkness, it was difficult to make out specific faces. They arranged themselves in a rough circle around the chasm's perimeter, maintaining precise spacing that suggested this formation had been practiced many times before. Kaelin noticed that their positions corresponded exactly to those dark patches he had observed within the crystals, as if the people above and whatever lay below were connected in some fundamental way. Administrator Thorn appeared last, emerging from the forest like a shadow given substance. He wore a long robe that seemed to be made of some sort of heavy, dark material, and he carried something in his hands, a carved crystalline staff topped with what looked like bones arranged in a complex pattern that hurt to look at directly. When he saw Kalen with his equipment, he smiled and raised the staff in what might have been a greeting, or might have been something else entirely. Dr. Reed, he called across the clearing, his voice carrying easily in the still air. How wonderful that you decided to join us. Please don't let us interrupt your work. Document everything. It's important that there be a record. The statement sent a chill down Kalen's spine that had nothing to do with the cold. There was something in the way he said record that suggested he wasn't talking about research at all, but about something far more permanent and final. The group stood in perfect silence for several minutes, as if waiting for some signal that only they could perceive. Kalen adjusted his cameras, making sure he was capturing everything, trying to ignore the way his hand shook as he worked. Then, as full darkness settled over the chasm like a blanket, the ceremony began. It started with humming, a low, barely audible sound that seemed to emerge from the assembled colonists simultaneously, as if they were all tuned to the same frequency. The sound was wordless, but somehow purposeful, rising and falling in patterns that spoke of careful composition and generations of practice. Kalen adjusted his audio equipment, trying to capture every nuance of the performance while struggling to understand what he was witnessing. This was clearly no spontaneous expression of folk tradition. It was something else entirely, something that felt both ancient and precisely choreographed. The humming gradually evolved into the song he had heard from his HAB unit. But now he could perceive the complexity within it. Multiple voices weaving together in harmonies that seemed to bypass conscious thought and speak directly to some primitive part of the brain that remembered what it felt like to be prey. Thorn raised his staff, and the sound shifted, taking on new tones and rhythms. Words began to emerge from the chaos of voices. Not any human language, but something that seemed older, more fundamental. Kalen strained to make out individual syllables, but the language seemed to resist comprehension, slipping away from understanding, even as he focused on it. The people around the chasm's perimeter began to move, walking slowly clockwise in a pattern that maintained their circular formation, while gradually tightening the circle. As they walked, they chanted in that ancient tongue, their voices creating harmonies that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but in the ground beneath Kalen's feet. He could feel it through his boots, a vibration that suggested something vast responding to the sounds above. The crystals began to creak and groan, not breaking, but shifting in ways that created patterns of stress and release that almost seemed musical. One of the participants, a young man he recognized as Jax, stepped forward and began to speak in clear, measured English. His voice carried easily across the chasm, and Kalen realized with growing horror that this portion of the ceremony was meant for his benefit. They wanted him to understand what came next. We gather on this darkest night to honor the pact made by our ancestors, Jax began, his words falling into the rhythm established by the ongoing chant. We offer thanks for the protection provided, for the prosperity granted, for the continuation of our community through the darkest seasons. The assembled group responded in unison. The old ways endure. We acknowledge the price that must be paid, the sacrifice that must be made, the gift that must be given to ensure our survival for another year. The old ways endure. Thorn stepped forward, raising his staff high above his head. The bone ornaments at its tip caught what little light remained and threw it back in patterns that seemed to write themselves across the air. 300 years ago, he began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Our ancestors made a pact with the power that sleeps beneath these sands. They were desperate people, Dr. Reed, survivors of the corporate wars who had fled to this remote moon, seeking safety from the conflicts that were tearing the system apart. Kalen's cameras captured everything, but his hands were shaking now as the full scope of what he was witnessing began to sink in. They found safety here, but they also found something else. Something that had been waiting in the depths of this chasm since before human memory began. Something old and patient and terribly, terribly hungry. His expression darkened, and when he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of centuries of fear. We learned in 2212 what happens when a gift is not offered on time. Half the colony died of fever within a week, and the chasm itself turned to poison. The children who survived were changed. We have never missed an offering since. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and Kalen realized with growing horror that the dark patches within the crystals were moving, not flowing like liquid, but writhing with a purposeful intelligence that suggested something alive and vast beyond imagining. The storm of 2191 was the harshest in memory. Thorn continued, his voice rising over the chanting. Game was scarce, hydroponics had failed, and our ancestors faced starvation. That was when they first heard the voice from beneath the earth, offering sustenance in exchange for service, prosperity in return for regular offerings. The crystals beneath the chasm's surface began to crack, not breaking through, but forming intricate patterns that looked disturbingly like writing in some alphabet not meant for human eyes. The woman, subject Corwin, was the first offering, a stranger who came among us carrying life within her. Both mother and child were given to the depths, and the pact was sealed with their blood and their terror, and their final understanding of what they had become part of. Kalen found himself backing away from the chasm's edge as something huge and dark began to move deep within the chasm. The cracks were spreading now, forming an intricate web that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. Since that time, Thorn's voice had taken on an almost hypnotic quality. We have honored our obligations. When the old one grows hungry, when the crystals grow thin with need, we provide what was promised. Strangers who come seeking our secrets, outsiders who would expose what must remain hidden. The colonists had stopped their circling and now stood motionless around the chasm's perimeter, all facing inward, all watching Kalen with expressions that mixed reverence with anticipation. You see, Dr. Reed, the old one requires very specific nourishment. Not just life, but life that comes seeking knowledge. Life that carries questions and curiosity, and the sort of restless intelligence that might, under other circumstances, pose a threat to our way of existence. The crystals began to glow with a phosphorescent light that hurt to look at directly. The thing moving beneath them was becoming more visible. Something vast and segmented that seemed to exist in too many dimensions at once. Every few years, someone like you arrives. A researcher, a linguist, a filmmaker. Someone drawn by the stories we carefully cultivate, the legends we deliberately preserve to serve as bait. They come seeking the truth about the song of the echoing chasm, and we give them exactly what they're looking for. Thorn's smile was genuine now, warm with the satisfaction of a job well done. The truth, Dr. Reed, is that we are all complicit, every man, woman, and child in Erebus. We know what slumbers beneath our colony, what keeps our storms mild, and our children healthy and our community prosperous. We know the price, and we pay it gladly. The crystals continued to crack in ever more complex patterns, and the light emanating from beneath grew brighter, revealing glimpses of something that defied rational description. It was massive, larger than any creature that belonged in the natural world. Its body seemed to be composed of segments that shifted and reformed themselves, covered in what might have been scales or might have been eyes, all of them focused upward toward the surface. We pay it, Thorn concluded, with people like you. The realization hit Kalen like a physical blow, driving the air from his lungs and leaving him gasping in the frigid desert air. Every friendly conversation, every helpful direction, every seemingly innocent question about his research, all of it had been orchestrated to bring him to this moment. He was not a researcher investigating a story. He was the story, carefully cultivated and led to its inevitable conclusion. His equipment continued recording, the cameras capturing everything with mechanical indifference, while his world collapsed around him. He understood now why previous investigators had vanished so completely, why their notes and recordings had never surfaced, why the pattern of disappearances had continued for centuries without attracting serious outside attention. There was no outside attention because there were no survivors to attract it. But even as terror flooded through his system, his professional instincts remained intact. He kept the cameras rolling, kept the audio equipment running, documenting everything with the grim determination of someone who understood that bearing witness was sometimes the only form of resistance available. The crystals continued to crack in geometric patterns that seemed to follow mathematical principles beyond human comprehension. The phosphorescent glow from beneath intensified, and he could now see movement, vast, undulating motion that suggested something rising from depths that might extend far deeper than any natural chasm should allow. "You're wondering about the others," Thorne said, his voice carrying easily across the supernatural illumination. "The ones who came before you. What happened to their equipment, their notes, their carefully documented evidence?" He gestured toward the chasm, where the thing beneath the crystals had begun to rise with ponderous grace, its massive form creating pressure waves that sent spiderweb fractures racing across the crystalline surface. Everything goes down to feed the old one. Metal and plastic and electronic components. It finds nourishment in the trace elements, the rare earth minerals, the accumulated electromagnetic signatures of human technology. But what it treasures most is the knowledge itself, the questions and theories, and desperate attempts to understand what cannot be understood. The colonists had begun to chant again, but now their voices carried a note of genuine hunger. They were forming a tighter circle around Kalen, cutting off any possible escape route with movements that seemed casual, but were clearly coordinated. "Your recordings will be particularly valuable," Thorne continued, his tone almost conversational. So much careful documentation, so many hours of research, so much intelligent curiosity distilled into digital form. The old one will savor every byte of data, every pixel of imagery, every frequency of sound. Kalen found his voice at last, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "Why tell me this? Why not just finish it?" Thorne's expression grew almost paternal, filled with the sort of gentle understanding that a teacher might show to a particularly slow student. "Because comprehension is the most important ingredient, Dr. Reed. The knowledge of what's about to happen. The understanding of how thoroughly you've been deceived. The recognition that your own intelligence and curiosity have been turned against you. These emotions add a flavor that centuries of experience have taught us to appreciate." The crystals began to buckle upward, forming a dome that rose higher and higher as the creature beneath pushed toward the surface. The phosphorescent light was now bright enough to cast shadows, and in those shifting pools of darkness, Kalen could see other shapes moving, smaller forms that swam in the dark earth below the crystals with fluid, unnatural grace. "The others," he whispered, understanding flooding through her with sickening clarity. Transformed, Thorn corrected gently, made part of something larger and more eternal than their brief individual existences could ever have been. They serve the old one now, help identify new gifts, assist in the careful cultivation of suitable offerings. In time, you'll understand the honor of such service. The dome of crystals reached its breaking point and shattered with a sound like thunder mixed with screaming. Earth erupted upward in a geyser that caught the phosphorescent glow and threw it back in prismatic sprays that hurt to look at directly. And rising through that impossible fountain came something that Kalen's mind simply refused to process completely. It was ancient beyond measure, alien beyond comprehension, beautiful in the way that natural disasters could be beautiful, terrible and awesome, and utterly indifferent to human concerns. Crystalline limbs thick as tree trunks emerged first, followed by a body that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, covered in organs that might have been eyes, or might have been mouths, or might have been something for which no human language had developed words. The creature rose until its bulk loomed over the entire chasm, sand streaming from its impossible anatomy in rivulets that defied gravity and caught the strange light like liquid starlight. When it spoke, and it did speak in a voice that bypassed the ears entirely and resonated directly in the bones, Kalen understood why the colonists had maintained their pact for over 3 centuries. The pact endures, it said, and the words carried the weight of geological time, the patience of things that had existed since before the first human drew breath. The gift is acceptable. The knowledge seeker brings rich sustenance. Kalen felt something happening to his equipment, not malfunction, but transformation. The cameras and recording devices were becoming warm, then hot, as if some invisible energy were flowing through them. The LCD screens began to display impossible images, not of the scene before him, but of other times, other ceremonies stretching back through the decades, in an endless procession of documented horror. He saw the surveyor from the academy, a young man with thick glasses and an earnest expression, standing in the same spot in 2267 while the dust fell around him and the colonists closed in. He saw the freelance journalist from 2281, a woman not unlike himself holding a data pad with shaking hands as the crystals cracked beneath his feet. He saw the documentary filmmaker from 2298, his digital camera capturing the last moments of his life as something vast and hungry rose from the depths to claim him. All of them had thought they were documenting a story. All of them had discovered too late that they were the story. Your equipment is being blessed, Thorn explained, his voice taking on the tone of a patient teacher. The old one draws knowledge through technological interfaces, absorbs information through the very devices meant to record it. Every byte of data you've collected, every scan you've taken, every audio file you've created, it all becomes part of the feast. The creature's attention turned to Kalen then, and he felt the weight of its regard, like a physical pressure that threatened to crush him beneath its alien intelligence. Up close, he could see that what he had taken for scales were indeed eyes, thousands of them, each one larger than his head, each one focused on him with an attention that was vast and patient, and utterly without mercy. "You have questions," it observed, and somehow he knew that it was reading his thoughts as easily as he might scan a newspaper headline. "You seek understanding. This is why you were chosen, why you were guided here. Knowledge seekers make the finest offerings." "I don't understand," Kalen managed to whisper, though he was no longer certain whether he was speaking aloud or simply thinking very loudly in the presence of something that could perceive both with equal clarity. "Understanding is not required," the creature replied, its mental voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate in dimensions his brain wasn't equipped to process. "Only acceptance. You will become part of the pact, part of the eternal cycle. Your curiosity will feed us for centuries to come." The colonists had begun to sing now, not the resonant hum he had heard before, but something else entirely. A lullaby, almost, but one whose lyrics spoke of being consumed and transformed, and the peace that came with surrendering individual Wilta, something larger and more purposeful than any single human existence could hope to be. Kalen felt his feet moving without his conscious direction, carrying him toward the chasm's edge, where the superheated air lapped against the shore with small, hungry sounds. The creature's crystalline limbs swayed hypnotically above the surface, and he found himself thinking that it wouldn't be so bad, really, to become part of something ancient and patient and eternal, to have his questions finally answered, even if the answers came at the cost of everything he had ever been. But even as the alien lullaby soothed his fear, the instinct of the researcher, the core drive to preserve the record, to protect the truth, flared one last time, a spark of defiance in the overwhelming dark. He forced his hand to move to the camera hanging around his neck, the one piece of equipment that seemed to be resisting the creature's transformative influence. His fingers, numb with cold and fear, found the memory card slot, and with a motion that felt like lifting a mountain, ejected the small piece of plastic and metal. The card tumbled to the sand at his feet, and he managed to kick it away from the chasm's edge, sending it skittering across the frozen ground toward the crystalline forest. It was a tiny act of defiance, barely visible in the supernatural illumination, but it felt enormous, a declaration that some part of the truth would survive, even if he did not. The creature noticed his action immediately, and its mental voice carried what might have been amusement. "Clever," it acknowledged, "but futile. Who will find your little treasure? Who will believe what it contains? The world beyond this place has no context for such truths. no framework for accepting what their instruments will show them. Someone will, Kalen said, and was surprised to hear that his voice was steady despite the terror coursing through his veins. Someone always does. That's what we do. We find the stories that others want to keep hidden. We ask the questions that others are afraid to ask. Perhaps the creature conceded, and he could feel its vast amusement at his persistence. But by then, the pact will have been renewed for another generation. The cycle will continue. Your species multiplies like bacteria, and there will always be knowledge seekers among them. Always new gifts to sustain us through the long winters of eternity. The superheated air was lapping at Kalen's feet now, though he couldn't remember moving closer to the vent. It was warm despite the desert cold, and it seemed to pulse with the same phosphorescent glow that emanated from the creature's alien anatomy. He could feel it seeping through his boots, beginning the process of transformation that would make him part of something larger than himself. Around the chasm's perimeter, the colonists continued their singing, their voices weaving together in harmonies that spoke of generations of practice and acceptance. Children's voices mixed with adult ones, young and old, united in their celebration of this ancient horror that had sustained their community for over 3 centuries. The children know too, Kalen realized with fresh horror, looking at faces that ranged from teenagers to toddlers barely old enough to walk. You raised them to be part of this. Of course, Thorn replied, as if the question itself were naive. How else could the pact endure? We are not monsters, Dr. Reed. We are simply people who have learned to survive in a world where survival requires accommodation with forces beyond our understanding or control. The warm air was around his ankles now, and he could feel other things moving in it, the transformed remnants of previous offerings, swimming through the dark depths with fluid grace. They brushed against his legs like curious fish, welcoming him to their eternal fellowship with touches that were almost gentle. Do not fear the change, the creature whispered in his mind, its voice now seeming to come from everywhere at once. You will retain your essence, your curiosity, your desire to understand. But you will direct these gifts towards serving something greater than yourself. You will help us identify new offerings. Help us maintain the delicate balance that keeps this pact stable and prosperous. Like Subject Corwin, Kalen said, understanding flooding through him as the warm air rose toward his waist. She didn't die in the desert. She was the first to be transformed. Indeed, she serves still, swimming in the depths below, calling to those who might be suitable gifts. Her voice carries across the centuries, drawing the curious and the questioning to this place where questions find their final answers. The humming. It had never been the song of the moon at all, but rather a lure carefully designed to attract exactly the sort of people who would make appropriate sacrifices. Subject Corwin, transformed into something between human and crystalline entity, singing her ancient song across the stormy nights to draw new victims to feed the thing that had consumed her 3 centuries ago. And now, Kalen would join that chorus, adding his voice to the supernatural symphony that would call future knowledge seekers to their doom. The thought should have filled him with revulsion, but as the warm air reached his chest, he found that the prospect was beginning to seem almost peaceful. The heat closed over his head, and his last conscious thought was a prayer that someone, anyone, would find that memory card and understand what it contained. Then the darkness took him, and Dr. Kalen Raid ceased to exist as anything recognizable as human. 6 months later, Dr. Lena Petrova stood at the edge of the echoing chasm, the recovered memory card weighing heavy in her palm, despite its negligible physical mass. She had come to Erebus, following up on the disappearance of Kalen Reed, whose department head had finally contacted authorities when he failed to return to the university or respond to increasingly frantic communications. The official investigation had concluded quickly and unsatisfactorily. Reed's rented sand crawler had been found at a transport hub. His HAB unit on Erebus cleared out, his belongings gone. The local security department determined that he had simply left the colony, probably discouraged by the lack of cooperation from local residents. Such things happened with researchers, they explained to his worried supervisor. Sometimes projects didn't pan out, and people moved on without bothering to explain themselves. But Jax, one of Petrova's most promising graduate students in the university's xenolinguistics program, had been unconvinced by the official narrative. He had read Reed's published articles, studied his methodology, and concluded that the missing researcher was far too professional to simply abandon the project without explanation. More troubling still was what Jax had discovered during his own preliminary research into Erebus's history. The pattern of disappearances stretched back much further than anyone seemed willing to acknowledge, and the circumstances were far too consistent to be explained by simple coincidence or the hazards of off-world travel. Jax had organized a small expedition to search the areas around the echoing chasm, funded by a small grant for geological field research that he had obtained without mentioning the more sensational aspects of what they were investigating. The team consisted of himself, 2 other graduate students, and Petrova as faculty supervisor. They had found the memory card on their second day of searching, half buried in the sand near the crystalline forest, protected from the elements by pure luck, and a plasteel case that had cracked but not broken during months of exposure to the desert weather. The contents were extraordinary and terrifying. Hours of video footage showing what appeared to be an entire community engaged in ritual activity around the chasm. Audio recordings of conversations that suggested a conspiracy spanning generations. Scans of figures gathered in coordinated surveillance patterns, engaged in activities that defied rational explanation, and most disturbing of all, footage that appeared to show something emerging from the chasm itself, something that Petrova's rational academic mind insisted must be some sort of elaborate hoax, but which her deeper instincts recognized as documentation of something genuinely otherworldly. She had spent 3 sleepless nights analyzing the material, running it through every forensic software program available to the university, consulting with colleagues in digital media and special effects. The footage was genuine, not manipulated, not fabricated, not enhanced. Petrova looked at the data, the impossible, unfaked images. She knew it was real, and she knew that no one else in a sane world would believe her without a fight. The academic establishment would demand peer review, independent verification, reproducible results. Government agencies would classify it or discredit it. The media would treat it as entertainment or dismiss it as hoax. But the evidence was there, waiting for someone with the courage and resources to pursue a truth that might be more dangerous than anyone was prepared to accept. Dr. Petrova. Jax's voice carried across the shimmering desert from where he stood with the rest of their small team. The locals are watching us again. Petrova looked toward the colony and saw them. Perhaps a dozen figures standing at the edges of buildings, observing their activities with the sort of patient tension that suggested they had been expecting this visit. They made no move to approach or interfere, simply watched with expressions that were impossible to read across the distance. "Pack it up," she called to her students, though part of her wanted to stay, wanted to push further, wanted to demand answers to the questions that Reed's recordings had raised. "We're leaving." But even as they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart, Petrova knew they would be back. The evidence was too compelling to ignore, too detailed to dismiss as fiction. It would take time to analyze properly, to build a case that could withstand academic scrutiny, to assemble the resources necessary for a proper investigation. More importantly, it would take time to find the right people, individuals with the expertise and the courage to pursue a truth that might be more dangerous than anyone was prepared to accept. As they drove away from Erebus, Petrova caught a glimpse of movement in her rear view camera. Something had emerged from the chasm, just for a moment, just long enough to watch their departure with what looked like ancient, patient eyes, before slipping back beneath the surface. The pact endured for now, but for the first time in over 3 centuries, it was no longer unchallenged. Somewhere in her datapad, Kaylin Reed's final testament waited to be shared with a world that might not be ready to believe it, but which would nevertheless have to confront the possibility that some legends were more than mere folklore, and deep beneath the sands of the desert, something that had once been human began to sing a new song. Not the ancient lore that had drawn so many to their doom, but something else entirely. A song of warning, of exposure, of truth that refused to stay buried, no matter how deep the earth or how long the silence. The old ways were strong, but change was coming to Erebus. Whether that change would bring salvation or something far worse remained to be seen. Thank you for spending this time with me tonight, lovely souls. I hope this story brought you a moment of calm and curiosity. I'd love to know what part of the story stayed with you the most. Drop a comment and share your thoughts. I always love hearing from you. If you enjoyed tonight's journey, don't forget to like and subscribe so we can continue exploring these quiet moments together. Now, take one last deep, gentle breath. Get cozy and let the calm of the night carry you softly until we meet again.